The following program is for adult audiences only.
I don't wanna waste no time, so pardon this lack of composure. Exactly what my life ordered. A lover and a friend. Riding on the same page, walking at the same pace. Wondering how my life got here, but you're here now. Yeah. Pedal down the same street, wave at people we see. Yeah. Talking out loud of last week's ups and this week's downs. Love was inconceivable. But since I met you head to toe, I don't wanna waste no time. So pardon this lack of composure. Exactly what my life ordered. A lover and a friend. Look, can we just skip goodbye? No need to text, wanna roll over. Cause you're already here closer. A lover and a friend. Let the credits roll the end. It's like I finally see all the pieces in the puzzles and the meant to be's. Yeah, yeah. Kinda figured it out, like the sun got its place with the rain and the clouds. If I could go back, tell myself alright, she was the wrong thing, you're gonna be fine. Yeah, it was all just living, and now I don't wanna waste no time. So pardon this lack of composure. Exactly what my life ordered. A lover and a friend. Look, can we just skip goodbye? No need to text, wanna roll over. Cause you're already here closer. My lover and a friend. Let the credits roll the end. My darling, my baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't wanna waste no time. My darling, my baby. It's been 4 weeks since you called, and I've been waiting here for you all along. I've been waiting here for you all along. Where you been? Where did you go? I wonder if you found what you're looking for. Wonder if you found what you're looking for. I hope it's not too late. I want you back here with me. We never should have said it's better this way. I'd rather be with you than someone I don't know. Now it's like we're living in two separate worlds. Come on back to me. Say that you won't go. I can't cope without you, and I wanna hold you close. Say that you won't go. Say that you won't go. It's been so cold without you here. We barely said goodbye before you disappeared. It's been so cold without you here. I'm not gonna lie, don't know what I'd do without you. Maybe we could try to figure out a way to put our past aside. I've realized I only want you. I hope it's not too late. I want you back here with me. We never should have said it's better this way. I'd rather be with you than someone I don't know. Now it's like we're living in two separate worlds. Come on back to me. Say that you won't go. I can't cope without you, and I wanna hold you close. Say that you won't go. 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 I'd rather be with you than someone I don't know. Now it's like we're living in two separate worlds. Come back to me, say that you won't go. I can't cope without you and I wanna hold you close. Say that you won't go. 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 I've stopped worrying about worrying. We will keep turning. Doesn't matter what I do. I do. Trying to be open and keep my head up to words.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything will know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vapin' Heed, including our action figures. Not available for sale anywhere because we don't sell anything. We do this for nothing. We do this for super chat, super thanks, and well, to inform the population of the world that, you know, there is a much safer, much healthier way for you to not smoke ever again.
Yeah. Yeah, our policy is we must state that we do not sell any vape products at all on any channels. Thank you.
Nor have we ever.
Yeah.
Not that YouTube's AI algorithm cares much about it, and Kenny's 5-year-old video is no longer available for viewing pleasure on YouTube.
Ooh. Bastards.
Meanwhile, I'm supposed to be attending a membership YouTube conference today at 3:00, and they know that I stream every Tuesday, but, well, I guess that's what replays are for. I watched the replay.
Yeah.
Of the guy trying to convince me to turn on channel memberships on YouTube. Because you're going to get 70%. We changed our terms. You now will get 70% of channel memberships. They will only take 30%.
Yeah.
Except when the guy asks the question and says, what's our actual take? If somebody gives me $10, how much am I going to get in my checking account? And they're like, well, I'll have to look that up. I'll have to look that up. Well, the reason I'm asking the question is because your 70-30, that's after other fees and stuff is taken out, right? And they're like, well, we do the 70-30 split, and then you have to pay for the fees. What? Why isn't that a 70-30 split? So if somebody gives me $10, I don't see, $7. I might see $5. Because then you've got a credit card transaction fee and international monetary exchange fee and God knows what other fees.
It just gets.
But they don't take that part of it. That part of it is exclusively the content creator's responsibility. And the reason why we already pushed for Patreon as a subscribe membership, because, they do the same thing, but the cut seems to be more than what you get out of YouTube.
Yeah.
So I've got 5 more of these during the course of this month to convince me to turn on channel memberships on here, and maybe I will, maybe I won't. But if I do turn on channel memberships, it does give me the opportunity to put certain exclusive things available for subscribers. And, well, because I'm the kind of person where I'm like, listen, I know what it's like to not have any money sometimes and things to be super tight and, I'm fortunately, knock on wood, not at the point where you ever have to decide to heat or eat, but that if anything's ever exclusive on YouTube, it'll be available for free on Rumble. So go become a subscriber on Rumble, and they monetized my channel the day I decided to join.
Happy days.
I made 2 cents on the last review I uploaded already. Oh my God, 2 cents.
Woohoo! Don't spend all at once.
That right there, folks.
Yeah, I watched that. It was quite good.
Yeah, I'm still dealing with DaVinci crashing. As soon as I change tabs, it just disappears. Don't know why.
So still no updates on the drivers then, yeah?
No. They updated the app. The NVIDIA app that tells you when there's drivers available, which now, fortunately, does offer to switch between the game-ready driver and the studio driver. So that's a bonus. But this lovely thing right here, I still can't get over how expensive this thing is. And it's good. It's just, is it worth really $200 some? And ironically enough, after I uploaded the video, I did take a look at Element because I was looking at buying some of the other burrow tanks to go in there. Alex, hello and welcome. That mod's only selling for $129 on Element.
Wow.
As opposed to the $229 they want on the manufacturer's website.
Yeah, but
it should say something right there.
It's not cheap. It ain't fucking cheap, matey. That's why I've never committed to it yet. Like, I'm just looking at them and you can sing for that. My days of buying expensive mods are long gone.
Yeah, especially when you got something like last last week, we got the pulled out, resurrected the Falcon King tank. And this thing is still chugging along. Amazing flavor. And it works. This thing's 5 years old?
Oh, unfortunately, all I can say is, with it being 5 years old, it can't handle modern juice. My coil burnt out after 2 days. It went, oops. I went, oh, well.
Sorry, dude.
Don't worry about it. I enjoyed it. But I've got plenty, so I'm not bothered. I never hold my hopes up for sub-ohm coils. I never have. There's very few.
Dude, I got the Blaze Max here. I went and finally cleaned it. It's taken a week's vacation, right? Just sitting on my desk since I got this stock coil tank. The coils in here were black, tar black. It was horrible. I'm like, how did I not notice a change in flavor? It's like, wow.
Yeah, it's just, like I said, I don't hold my breath for stock coils. They do burn out eventually, some just quicker than others. So
that's the reason we all switched to rebuildables.
Yeah.
If you need to enjoy a wonderful, beautiful DIY liquid and it's a coil killer, well, you just rewick it every 3 days instead of every 5 or 7 days. Job done.
But have you noticed, so every time it burns out at the most awkward moment, like when you're out in your car or something, you go, take a hit. Shit. Oh, shit.
And the reason why even us diehards have these lovely disposables.
Yeah, because that's the first thing you do. If you haven't got one handy, where's the nearest shop? I got a disposable.
The flavor's fantastic. It just works, and it tells you about when it's going to die. However, I'm not too enthralled. A lot of this stuff all ends up going down the same freaking road. It's kind of like this graphics card, right? I got this beautiful 5070 graphics card. I not only went 2 generations newer, I went up a class because I originally had the 3060. Now I've got a 5070. You know how long it takes to render the intro bumper every week?
No idea.
1 minute, 5 seconds. You know how much it took to render that when I had the 3060 card?
Less than a minute.
1 minute, 4 seconds. Now, granted,
really,
some weeks it's up a second or two, some weeks it's down a second or two. So essentially, I spent $800 on a graphics card that does the same thing that my last graphics card did. It is not an improvement. Yes, they have more compute chips. Yes, it's more energy efficient. Yes, it heats the studio a lot more than the old one did. But performance, some things are better, some things are worse, but most of the shit is exactly the same as it was on the old card.
That's not good.
Kind of like these disposables. I got sent this one to review, so there's going to be a review coming up on the channel this week for it. This one is supposed to be 50,000 puffs. Ooh. This one here, where you can switch your nick completely off, is only 30,000 puffs, but it's bigger than the new one that does 50,000 puffs. I don't believe it. How is it able to do 20,000 puffs more if it's smaller? To do 20,000 more puffs, you need to have more e-liquid in there to last that extra 20,000 puffs. How do they make more e-liquid fit into something that's smaller? I don't believe it. And in this one, I can switch the nick to 0. This one, oh, look, you have 5 choices for your nicotine level. I have it on the smallest one. I can feel that already. On the lowest level.
What's that? 50, is it 50 low? Guns up to 200.
Something ain't right. It just doesn't jive. The logic does not work.
Well, you never know.
So today for our Retro Vape, we're going to go way back in time. Here's the beautiful THOR mod. This thing is a plastic mod put out by a company that I never heard of before, never heard of since. And we have the Sensei tank that we've seen before that we're going to throw on top of it. Throw some stock liquid in there. Maybe we'll throw some DIY water Malone in there. I don't know. But we'll check that thing out today. That's going to be our Retro Vape.
That is a blast from the past, mate. Jesus. Where'd you go? Your local museum for that, like, or what?
Nah, man. I'm reaching in the bottom of the laundry hamper that I originally bought for the Vape Apocalypse. I'm starting to run low on what all's in there, so you're going to get what you're going to get. And then we run out of those things, well, I'm going to have to actually go onto the shelf and pull stuff off the shelf to revisit them as Retro Vapes. We've been doing it for 5 years now. I mean, I didn't think I would still have stuff after doing this for 5 years.
Holy shit. That must be one big box if it's lasted 5 years.
The laundry hamper comes up to my waist. Yeah. Laundry hamper that's full of Retro Vapes that I bought all them years ago.
Jesus.
So, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. And we're going to keep chugging along and we'll keep doing what we can.
Yeah. Well, you've got a good run of it. You know what I mean? Fucking laundry box.
And I did add. We'll see how it works.
Uh-oh. What's he done? What's he done? What are you been twiddling with now? He twiddles, folks. He likes to twiddle. He has a twiddle and a fiddle and a diddle.
Attention everyone. Fresh news just in. According to Hunky Vape, Kenny loves rum and raisin cookie Eli Wood. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
You spelled it like when it went Lywood because you spelled it wrong. It actually said you misspelling. He likes cooking Eli Wood.
Eli Wood. Eli Wood.
I love that.
So there's your news flash. It was just, quickly thrown together, and I know that the sounds don't jive, and that wasn't the sound that I originally programmed it to do, but, we'll keep tweaking at it and try and make it a little bit better.
Well, of course. You have a
and then we'll actually have a news one. If you actually have some news, then the thing is going to require you to actually type in there what the actual news is. And then that'll come across as a regular news banner like you see on CNN and stuff.
Cool.
That'd take a little more programming skills.
Proper news. Because
in order for that to work, you would have to submit the title of the news, and then you would have to submit the actual content of the news. And I have to program it so that the same person has to submit something. It has to have a title first, and then it has to submit the actual news content. And then once it meets that requirement, then it'll pop up on screen and fill in the information.
Gotcha.
So a little more complicated, but week after week we try and make improvements, and we still have all the old ones plus the one we added last week.
Little by little bit, little by little.
Here's your joke.
Little by little.
What do you call a troublesome Canadian high schooler?
Come on, then.
A poutine.
Oh, God. What?
I didn't say they were quality jokes. They're just jokes. Dad jokes.
Can I also just say it was me moving along from that terrible joke that it was my wife's 40th birthday on Saturday.
Hey, that's awesome, dude.
And the card.
News just in. According to William Dobson, Newcastle supporters will wait a long time to win a cup again, not in Kenny's lifetime. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
I bought a fantastic card. Are you ready to see this? Ready for this?
Holy cow.
Is that a card or is that a card?
That is an amazing card. Not only does it make sounds, but it also lights up.
Yeah. I was going to video it, but we can like put on the happy birthday screen. Make a video of it. But with that being
pop it up
obviously
there.
create.
And Mallory sent me a suggestion too that we need to work on and get all your birthdays.
Yeah.
So I'm going to create a setup in there so you can, in chat, you can type your birthday in there and it'll automatically add your birthday to a database. And then when we go do a show, I can automatically switch to the birthday scene and it'll put up a list of everybody's birthday before the next show.
Boom. Awesome. Yeah, but
although I don't think you guys want me to sing happy birthday like Nick does every week.
No. Hell, no. Bloody will get barred. YouTube will shut you down if you do that.
Maybe they will. Maybe they will.
Maybe they will.
Maybe they'll fully monetize it.
No, they'll give you a copyright claim.
They'll fully monetize it, and then 4 years later, it'll get a copyright claim, and it'll automatically be a channel strike.
Yeah, you're fucked.
You heard about that, man? There's actual musicians out there that actually publish their own stuff on YouTube, right? It got claimed by some lawyer, and they didn't know that it got claimed, and then their channel got a strike for their own music that they created.
Fucking hell. Really? Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Goes to show you
that's how abhorrent the whole system is.
That just goes to show how everybody's out to make a buck some way or another, whether it's screwing somebody over or whatever. Everybody's out to make a fucking buck. Do you know that?
And that's all they care about, dude.
Oh, fuck's sake. Come on, you get over there. I've got a lead dangling out to put it back up. OCD was kicking in. Fucking unbelievable.
I hate that. When your OCD kicks in, you just can't do anything until you've resolved that.
Yep, it just pisses you off. I was terrible for that, especially as a kid. I used to hate it. My mother, she took us to my mum actually took us to therapy, right? And because I was always tired, if there was something on the floor, I'd pick it up. You know what the therapist done? Emptied our waste paper back all over the floor. And I'm sitting there going, I need to pick it up. I need to pick it up.
Holy cow.
Oh, I was just talking about triggering you bitch. You know what I mean?
Damn, boy.
You want to pick her up, don't you? You want to pick her up, don't you? Yes. Well, you're not. I fucking am. I did get up. Like, sit down.
Wow.
Never mind. I'm not as bad now. Thankfully.
Could be worse. Could always be worse.
Oh, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Man, the shit that we used to get away with as kids, you would never think about doing that nowadays.
No.
Not with everybody's got a camera in their hand since they have a cell phone, and you know it's going to end up online, and the internet never forgets anything.
It's not that. Everybody's so easily fucking offended as well in this day and age, you know what I mean? You just got to look at somebody and they're offended by it. You're like, fucking grow a pair of balls, man, you know what I mean? Fucking, you've looked at me, I'm offended. So what? You know what I mean?
You didn't look at me, I'm offended.
Yeah, exactly. Because I was watching the thing.
You know how much time and energy I put into making myself look as beautiful as I do? And you didn't look at me.
But do you know how many eye muscles
pain and
it
suffering.
takes? You know how many eye muscles it takes for me to make the effort to look at you? I just need to relax.
See, that's the solution. All you got to do is claim greed, and you're good to go.
But yeah,
you didn't pay me to look at you, therefore I do not need to look at you.
No,
It has nothing to do
well,
with what I like or don't like. It has nothing to do with you being offended or not offended. It is the fact that I didn't get paid to look at you, so therefore I used other monetarily useful actions that gave me a better outcome, and therefore you have no claim.
Exactly. So basically, you just tell us you're not getting out. Basically, like piss off. You want to be offended?
How do we end up in the gutter so early? Must be time for the news.
It's got to be.
Holy moly. You guys have heard about the UK Swap to Stop program, right? Where they're handing out a free vape starter kit for 20% of the smoking population in the UK. Would you be surprised to find out there's another country that has a vape starter kit program? Can you guess which one it might be?
It's not the US.
No. Nothing in the USA is free, ever. Everything always costs you money, even when they say it's free.
Exactly.
So come on now, guess what other country in the world could possibly implement a free vape starter kit program? What other country in the world has a smoke-free 2025 goal, which the time clock is ticking? We're already 4 months in.
This is not New Zealand. No, not New Zealand. Oh,
yes, it is. It's New Zealand, mate. Hot diggity, dog diggity. They're like, we are so close right now. We are so close to being a smoke-free, reaching our smoke-free goal for 2025 that we need to do one last nail in the coffin to eliminate just a handful of cigarette smokers in our country. I think they got like somewhere between 50 and 80,000 smokers to convert to vapors before the year's end, and they will have achieved their smoke-free 2025 goal. Population level proof that vaping works to quit smoking.
Exactly.
What are the COP going to do at their next meeting when New Zealand reaches their smoke-free 2025 goal and they've backed vaping the whole time?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
How are they going to deny that fact?
Yeah. By the way, how are you addressing tobacco control? We fucking smashed it, mate.
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised why there's so much animosity in the UK right now about vaping and how they're trying to give it a black eye again. Because the last thing they need is two countries that reach a smoke-free goal, and then they'd really have no argument to stand on. But here we go. Yes. There's always two sides to every coin, right? Public Health Communication Centre Aotearoa in New Zealand published this lovely article. What will the government's free vape starter kit program achieve? Oh, gee, I don't know. What will achieve? Maybe smoke-free 2025 goals? Well, as part of the government's plan to achieve smoke-free 2025, many stop smoking providers are now offering a free vape starter kit. In this briefing, we investigate the likely impact free vape starter kits will have on the number of people who stop smoking. Using both optimistic and pessimistic assumptions, We find at best this policy is likely to support fewer than 500 people to stop smoking this year. What?
Nah, don't believe
I don't
that.
believe that.
Nah. Nope.
The estimate is less than 1% of the 82,000 people who need to quit if we're going to achieve our goal. Consequently, Aotearoa, I don't know why I can't say that word, will fall short of its smoke-free 2025 goal. We urgently need additional plausible measures such as denicotinization. No, that ain't going to work. To support rapid and equitable reductions in smoking prevalence. No, what you need is more flavors. More attractive flavors.
Flavors work.
I don't know what the most popular food item is in the New Zealand, but whatever it is, you need to have vapes available for free, and you need to make it easy for any smoker in the country to order one and get it sent to them. And you need to send them at least a month's worth of supplies because that's how long it takes for them to go, hey, man, I accidentally quit. I just picked this thing up and used it alongside my thing, and next thing I know, it tasted better than my cigarette, so I automatically reached for that first. And I never ended up reaching for my cigarette.
I hope it works.
Takes time.
I hope they do, honestly. Hope they do succeed. Good on them for having an incentive.
2 years ago at the e-cig summit, the Action on Smoking Health from New Zealand gave a speech about it and how wonderful it was working. Then all of a sudden they started throwing around ideas of taxes and prohibition and vape shop only sales and making sure that, no youth were using it. They started focusing on the youth instead of focusing on the indigenous population. And, well, they cocked it all up because they put out a bunch of stuff that wasn't 100% positive in favor of it, and it tapered off. Sad to say. Because no matter how good your shit is, somebody is going to cry the blues about it. And here we have Shenzhen Smoore Technology, a.k.a. Vaporesso, has been hit with an antitrust lawsuit over alleged vape price-fixing conspiracy.
Well, vape price-fixing.
It's going to get even better, dude, because it has nothing to do with nicotine vaping. The guy that's filing the lawsuit is cannabis vaping. A federal antitrust lawsuit filed Thursday, because anybody can file a lawsuit. All you need is money and lawyers. By Michigan-based cannabis supplier Redbud Roots Incorporated has ignited fresh scrutiny on the closed cannabis vaporizer market, accusing Shenzhen Smoore Technology Company Limited and several U.S. distributors of conspiring to fix prices and lock out competitors in a scheme that allegedly choked off fair market access and manipulated wholesale prices. In Michigan.
Exactly.
Your favorite Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
All
vapes attract children.
What on earth is this?
We must ban them. My ban was unconstitutional. The judge found it against me. I can't ban it. Okay, well, then we're going to tax it. And then we're going to get the state representation to actually work on banning it too. Wait, you're going to tax it and try and ban it? How are you going to get your tax money if you ban it? You can't collect taxes on black market sales.
The fucking idiots, man.
It's all ridiculous. Vape and Fagan, hello and welcome. Tim New Zealand, hello Fagan. And welcome. Oh, it's crazy, dude. Yeah, so Smoore Technology is now wrapped up in a cannabis vape lawsuit, accusing them of price fixing their vapes.
God. Bear in mind that cannabis in most countries is illegal, so nobody gives a fuck anyway.
Not here, dude.
No,
The scales are tipping the other way. It's becoming more and more legalized in this country. You should see the Pennsylvania lawmakers right now. They're scrambling right now because all the states around us completely legalized it for recreational purposes. And
well, think of it this way:
the state senators are bitching the money about how much money they're losing.
No, you know the method and the madness of that? Because it stops people thinking. They get stoned. They're stoners. They don't think. They don't have an opinion. Brainwash, control. You know what I mean?
It's all brainwashing.
Yeah.
They all lie to get their accomplished goals achieved. Forget about the truth and forget about facts, and none of that shit matters. All they have to deal with is the court of popular opinion.
Well, it's just like, they've turned all the population into sheep, but they're not content with the sheep because the odd ram pops its head up and starts asking questions. So now they're going to give you loads of cannabis and turn you all into fucking zombies. So you've got no opinion. Symbols.
I'll go down that road. And then I'll still be the ram that pops my head up and goes, guess what?
Exactly.
This has nothing to do with what you said it had anything to do with. And I don't have any problems like you say I have. Or would have if I started using it. You won't even be able to tell when it happens. That's the best part.
Exactly.
My children are all grown and moved out of the house. Matter of fact, our Poochie finally made it back into the house. His cremated remains are now in a beautiful picture box sitting on the shelf downstairs. Good. It's weird because, the house feels different again. It feels whole. When he was gone, it was like something was off. We're kind of grieving at his loss and all, but it's weird how to explain it. It just feels different.
It is, and I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Weird.
Anyway, we do have some good news this week. We have Janesville man who's found a way to combat vape waste by collecting all these devices and recycling them. He's starting up a business to recycle used vape products.
Have I not said that many times before? This is an opportunity for somebody to freaking start a business.
Exactly.
I've said that loads of times.
Yeah. So they're literally going around right now. They're at the stage where they're just collecting all this stuff, but they know what's inside them. And they know that they can take all of the plastic housing from all these vape products, shred them up, and sell them as recycled plastic to make new plastic things.
Yeah. And you can recycle the lithium batteries because they've got a price on them as well. They're crying out for lithium.
And that's what's going to make it a profitable venture for him, is because he's legit going to be taking all these lithium-ion batteries and he's going to be putting out all kinds of new things in them. He's even talking about actually manufacturing battery banks that he's going to sell directly from the company that recycles all these things. Because you're essentially creating a product that it costs you nothing to buy the raw materials for.
Yeah, because people are just throwing them on the fucking street. It's fucking win-win, isn't it?
You take 10 or 15 of these batteries that are inside of there, and you put them in to, a housing that actually sits there and connects all these batteries up to a controller, and now you've got a battery pack. So you can carry it around with you to keep your phone recharged, or, ironically enough, to recharge your disposable vape batteries that you are using in the product that you're actually not smoking with.
Exactly. Brilliant. And plus, I don't think it would cost that much to do something. A 3D printer could do you a case, so that's pretty cheap enough to build. Wow. Tell you, it's a bit. Yeah. Somebody would jump on it, and somebody would jump on it.
And the best part is all the plastic that he's going to be using to make the housings for it. The only thing that he's actually going to have to buy is the actual circuit board that's going to regulate the power out distribution of it.
That's it. And if he buys them in bulk, they're going to cost him peanuts.
Yeah, it's going to cost him like 10 or 15 cents a board. And he can manufacture his own things using the actual plastic from all the disposables. Job done.
It's not going to work over here because they're banning them in a couple of months, so we'd be knackered. Good.
You can ban it all you want. It's not going to be banned. It's just going to grow a thriving black market like it is everywhere else in the world. It's not legal in the United States either.
I've got a business. What's that? I make recycled battery packs out of black market vape products. Woohoo.
Yeah, how's that vape regulations working out for you? We legit have brand new businesses popping up to recycle these things that are not supposed to be on the market because you made them illegal.
Yeah. No,
I guess your laws are only as good as the common sense nature of the law. So if most people look at the law and go, oh, that makes perfect sense, I'm going to follow that law. When you make stupid laws, most people just ignore it. And other people intentionally violate it because it's a stupid law.
It's the same, like, like with drug addicts, you know what I mean? It's like going around, picking up, say, all those used syringes and disposing of them. You're like, well, I thought it's banned. Well, obviously it doesn't make no difference for what we're collecting here, mate. You know what I mean? Ain't happening.
Yup. Well, right now we're in the collection phase. I'm just collecting as many as I can. His goal is to prevent and educate about the improper disposal of these devices, cleaning up litter from public spaces and exploring sustainable solutions. According to a report by U.S. Print Educational Fund, the United States discards 4.5 disposable vapes per second.
Yeah, well, believe it.
Per second.
We're hitting, I think we look at the posts about the waste here, and they're doing it like a weekly figure, and it was something like 100 million or plus vapes found discarded in a week. And you're like, fuck, you know what I mean? The numbers are phenomenal.
Talk about ineffective regulations.
Yeah.
The report also finds that lithium used by batteries in the disposable vapes sold every year weighs about 23.6 tons. You want to talk about a lithium shortage? Why don't you recycle it all?
Oh, yeah.
And that is equivalent to the lithium needed to create batteries for 2,600 electric vehicles.
It's not rocket science, is it? You know what I mean?
It's not. All it takes is somebody, a brand new action figure, to come along and go, you know what? I'm going to go and do this. They don't care about the vape regulations or tobacco control laws or any of that shit. All they see is a market opportunity when you've got 4.5 disposable vapes being pitched every second of every day.
That's phenomenal.
That's free inventory and supplies to build something new.
Yep.
Job done.
Plus you're doing a public service by cleaning up litter. Win, win, win.
There is no way not to win in this scenario.
Nah. Good luck. Oh, I wish him well. I hope he does come up with something. Well, watch that story, mate. See if he does come up with something. I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, we'll have to follow that. Follow that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, and well, Kevin's got a little problem because this is in his neck of the woods. Vaping IT, Kevin. Boardman, Ohio, employee charged with selling vape products to underage buyers. Uh-oh.
Oh, dear.
An employee of a local smoke shop is facing a charge after police say he sold tobacco products to underage buyers. Police received a tip back in December that Puff Express at 19 Stadium Drive was selling vape products to people under the age of 21 without asking to provide identification. Wait a minute. So it would be okay if he asked for identification and they were under 21 and he sold it to them? What?
Yeah, that would not make a difference. Yeah. You're under 21? Nah, don't worry about it.
So I guess it would be okay if the kid provided a fake ID. At least the store checked for ID, and the kid provided a fake one. So I guess that's a legitimate excuse to get out of it. But as we all know, in Ohio, it is illegal to give, sell, or otherwise distribute cigarettes or tobacco products or alternative nicotine products like e-cigarettes and vapes to any person under the age of 21, as signed by Governor Mike DeWine in 2019. But if you want to smoke your cannabis, you can go and do that. Perfectly legal. No worries. It's fine. But heaven forbid you not want to smoke and want to use a vape. That's against the law.
Double standards. Double standards.
Everything's double standards nowadays.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
No injuries after a car. Can you imagine a cow plowing through a vape shop in Eugene? Now open. Fresh beef.
Explore our range of premium
coffee. Let's skip that.
Shocking video out of Eugene tonight where a car drove straight through the Neffo's vape shop. No injuries were reported, and workers are now working to clean up the store and board up its windows. We've reached out to Eugene Police for further information on the crash, but we haven't heard back yet.
Oh, they haven't heard back yet.
Was it a failed ram raid? Did he actually decide to ram raid the shop while it was open instead of it being shut?
We'll see. The police didn't get back to them, so we don't know if they actually took anything. So it's a possibility, highly unlikely, but it's a possibility that they just backed into the front of the store because they didn't like the glass in the front of the building.
Yeah, you do that. But this is it, like.
More likely, they backed through the front of the building with a stolen car so that they could get their black market supply restocked.
Yep. Oh, what's this one?
Another piece of good news. Because, if you're trying to fight this, if you're part of the industry and you've got people out there working for you and they're trying to go and fight against all these antis out there, you want to be able to send them all at the same time to the same place. And it's kind of hard to do when every single city out there is deciding to implement some ridiculous law banning vaping in public parks, even though it's outside. And, your vapor dissipates in 5 to 7 seconds. Doesn't hurt a fly. So we have some good news here because, state news. Cities could lose power to set tougher vape and tobacco laws under this brand new bill. In Missouri, lawmakers are advancing legislation that would prevent cities from adopting stricter regulations on the sale of tobacco, nicotine, and e-cigarette products than those enforced by the state. Missouri House of Representatives passed a bill which targets local restrictions, including those that prohibit the sale of flavored products that may appeal to younger individuals, even though there's been a 70% drop in the last 3 years of younger individuals looking at this stuff. Another reason to support cannabis legalization. Because if this is illegal and cannabis is legal, well, what do you think the kids are going to go do?
Exactly.
They're going to do what they think they can get away with. And recycling. We got more of this recycling stuff going on. How about this time in Gretchen Whitner's famous state where she tries to ban nicotine vaping, but cannabis vape? Oh, that's fine, dude. No worries. Well, Michigan may become one of the first states to recycle cannabis vape cartridges. Another proposed rule could help, but more must be done to curb hazardous waste created by disposable cannabis vapes.
Oh, God. Here we can.
Notice how much smaller a cannabis vape is than a nicotine vape.
Christ, you don't want a big one, do you? You'd be fucking off your nut and do it.
Yeah, because that would be like trying to vape 1,000 milligram.
Yeah, it's like, whoa.
Well, Michigan regulators are proposing a major policy shift that would allow cannabis businesses to collect and recycle used vape products. Why do you need a law to allow them to do that? Why wouldn't they want to do that naturally?
Exactly.
They just need a vendor to come by once a month or to ship a box of these once a month to a recycling agency. Maybe somebody needs to get a hold of these regulators in Michigan and hook them up with this kid to come up with this beautiful recycling program.
Definitely.
Give them a nice head start.
Cannabis, man, fuck's sake. Unbelievable.
It's not all good news, though. Because in Kentucky...
That's what I mean. Because they've legalized the cannabis, now they're having a responsibility for the recycling of it, you see? And then, you know, they suddenly found themselves with a bit of a guilt complex, you know what I mean? You legalized it, you clean it up. That's what they should be doing, you know what I mean?
But see, the other good thing is, because they're legalizing it, now they're in a conundrum when they do something different with cannabis than they do with nicotine. Yeah. Because any scientist will tell you, well, cannabis is psychoactive. Nicotine isn't. There's more people say that nicotine is neurotropic than there are people that say cannabis is neurotropic.
Yeah.
And I love it when, you're not allowed to see anything other than a headline. But when you got legal matters, all the lawyers all care about is money. So naturally, the publications that, write to the lawyers, they expect you to pay for everything you read. But the Sixth Circuit will not block the new Kentucky vape regulations, essentially limiting all vape products in Kentucky to the 23 authorized by the FDA, all made by Big Tobacco. And the Sixth Circuit found nothing wrong with that. It's perfectly fine that the only vaping products authorized by the FDA are all made by Big Tobacco.
Coincidental?
There's so much hypocrisy in the news this week, dude. Let's jump over to Washington State, where they always want to ban all vape flavors and, they want to ban disposables and they want to ban everything. But the stuff that we didn't ban, we want to tax the shit out of it. Oh, so now there's a $2 cigarette hike. They're going to apply a brand new tax, House Bill 2068 and Senate counterpart Senate Bill 5803, go after everything from menthol cigarettes to trendy nicotine pouches like Zyme. At the core, both bills propose the same thing, a statewide ban on the sale of all flavored tobacco and nicotine products. You mean the ones that the FDA just authorized in nicotine pouches are now banned, even though they're federally legal?
What?
So the FDA said it's safe and effective for you to use a coffee or a citrus-flavored Zyme nicotine pouch because there's no tobacco in it whatsoever. But the state law makes it illegal for you to buy that there. And for the tobacco-flavored ones that nobody wants to buy or use, we're going to charge you an extra $2. Doesn't matter whether it's a cigarette or a pouch. They're all taxed the same.
Fucking hell. Oh, Lordy do. You cannot win, can you? You're just going around in fucking circles, aren't you?
Yeah. If passed, Washington would leap into the top tier of states with the highest cigarette taxes, going from $3.02.5 per pack to $5.02.5 per pack.
Ouch.
Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome. Sub-Ohm Guy, hello and welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Tell me how this makes any freaking sense whatsoever. But I mean, think about it. Last week we talked about how much money tobacco generates. How much cash flow is generated with these tobacco companies and all the products they sell. They continue to grow.
That's right.
It went from $5 billion back in 2000. 25 years later, it's almost doubled. Meanwhile, smoking rates have plummeted this whole time, down to less than 15% most places. But the state's got to have their tax money, dude.
No, they've got to have the money somehow. It's kind of like, I could see we're kind of seeing it coming in a sense, because obviously if they're not generating any taxes off the cigarettes with people quitting, they're going to look at other alternatives, and obviously vape and what's legal is going to get hammered.
Exactly.
Or they'll tax your cigarettes, or they'll just dump the taxes up on your cigarettes, so they're still getting the money for that.
That's why I say they just need to legalize cannabis throughout the entire 50 states of the United States, and they'll have all their tax money, and they won't have to fucking come after vaping products. And leave us the hell alone. I know, that's wishful thinking. They're going to come after both no matter what.
I mean, could you class cannabis under the tobacco umbrella if you smoke it?
No,
basically,
you cannot.
light it up. Well, I find that odd, because it's still a combustible substance, isn't it? You're still lighting it. You're still setting
different
it on fire.
Plant. One's covered by the Farm Bill. The other one is covered by the medicinal agency of the FDA.
Oh yes, because in America,
cannabis
you guys
is a food product.
Meat. In America, you guys smoke it on its own. Over here, it gets mixed with tobacco so they can stretch it out.
Well, that's what people do, but that's not what the legal pharmacies do. They dispense it in the purest form possible. That's why, if you were in high school and you were smoking a doobie with your camaraderie, little friend group, your little clique or whatever, it ain't the same shit you can get from a dispensary nowadays. You smoke a blunt back then, you smoke a blunt now, you may end up in a mental hospital from the blunt you get today. It's that much more concentrated. The plant itself has been genetically designed like they did with cigarettes and nicotine. The same freaking tobacco plants that our parents had access to when they smoked cigarettes are not the same shit, we talked about that last week, as the cigarettes you get today. Half of the cigarette today is recon bullshit. Mother's liquor sprayed onto paper, and the third of that paper is actually puffed with carbon dioxide to make puffed paper that they use as filler for the cigarette. Only half of a cigarette is actually tobacco plant.
And plus, even in its raw state, they must get treated now with total different chemicals as what they did, 30, 40 years ago anyway. I mean...
And they're all being grown inside of a actual legal regulated grow house where the soil and all, there's no bugs that they have to spray it for anymore. Everything is grown in ideal circumstances, the right amount of light, the right amount of moisture, and grown in ideal conditions is going to grow the fastest and is going to have the highest potency. Matter of fact, a lot of the laws where they legalize cannabis for medicinal purposes require a minimum potency level, or you're not even allowed to sell it.
Fucking hell. If it don't blow your mind, you ain't selling it.
As opposed to the shit that grew in somebody's backyard that nobody had access to except for the person that lived there, and they would cut it up and sell it to their friends.
Yeah.
Completely different beast that we're talking about. The danger is in the dosage. It always has been. But it's amazing how you treat it differently when you're looking at cannabis and you're looking at tobacco.
Yeah, so like I say, it's just a weird one. I don't know.
Well, here we go. Another wonderful bill in Oklahoma City. Senate Bill 1102, authored by State Senator Bill Coleman, requires every manufacturer of a vapor product to execute and deliver an attestation to the Oklahoma Attorney General certifying that the manufacturer submitted a timely filed PMTA for vapor product to the FDA and that they haven't had a negative ruling on their product to continue to sell their product in the state.
What?
So Vapetasia, they're okay because they've submitted a timely application. They have legal challenges and it's still stuck in court. They haven't had a final ruling from the court yet.
But if you've had a PMT approved, that doesn't really matter anyway, does it? Because it's PMT approved. So
well, in Oklahoma City, it does.
It's a lot of shit.
Every state is doing a different thing on this whole situation.
They seem to be doing their own thing. It's not. It's like It's not a federal thing. They're doing their own state thing. It's like as if they're above their own state law. You're like, what?
Listen, when I was growing up, in my social studies class, we were taught that there were federal laws, there were state laws, and the state law could not violate the federal law. So if the federal law says that it's okay for you to do something, well, then it's okay for you to do it.
Yeah.
Well, no. We've come along, and there's lawyers that have muddied the waters, and now it might be illegal in the state, even though it's federally legal. Or it might be illegal federally like cannabis is, but it's perfectly legal for you in the state.
You know where the winners are here, don't you? The fucking lawyers. They must be raking it.
They're raking it all over the world, dude, and it's happening in your neck of the woods, too, because in the UK, you already have an illicit market, and it's only going to get worse when they put this bullshit tax in place. £2 per milliliter? Are you freaking kidding me?
It'll just be black market. No, but I don't really...
What moron came up with that idea? You couldn't come up with something reasonable like 1 pence per milligram. No.
Nah.
That's too complicated for us to figure out and keep track of. So guess what? We're just going to make it a flat fee, just as if every single product in the world conformed to this form factor and a sealed pod with a sealed volume of e-liquid.
But the only question I've got with that is does that apply to UK bought e-liquid? Not, say you ship it from somewhere else. So you bought a bottle, I don't know, from the fucking US and you got it in.
No. You haven't had this joy yet. If there's a law that you're supposed to collect the tax on something and you order it from out of state or out of country, you are personally responsible for that tax.
Unless it's black market.
Unless it's black market, they don't know about it.
Yeah.
So essentially, the goal of all these beautiful laws is to make all of us criminals.
Pretty much, isn't it? You buy
data from a new report reveals the scale of the UK's illicit vape trade and highlights poor enforcement, which an industry expert considers to be the real issues rather than lack of regulations. You've already got regulations. How about you just follow the rules that are already on the books?
That is probably 90% of the problem. Nothing's getting enforced. And we looked at it a while ago. Some of the fines are laughable. Or was it 200 quid or something if you get caught with a black? They were laughable. You know what I mean? The fines
not
were
as
so
laughable
small.
as the size of the current black market in the UK. You guys have been the pinnacle of harm reduction in vaping. You guys can get whatever hell you want, pretty much, right? Well, even though you can get pretty much whatever the hell you want, and you cap their nicotine at 20 milligrams per milliliter, and you limit them to a 10 milliliter bottle as the maximum size you can buy that's got nicotine in it. And you've got short fills where, you buy the thing and then you do like the state of Ohio does where you squeeze your nicotine in there and you nick up your bottle. You still have a 9.1 million pound illegal black market. And that's only the size of the market that was actually seized in 2024. And that is a 44% increase from 2023. Don't tell me it's not going to double again this year.
Oh, it's going to. When that ban comes in,
now, my question is, what percent of the illegal vapes did they actually seize?
Very
1%?
small amount.
5%?
Yeah.
Maybe 10%?
Nothing.
So now you are talking about hundreds of millions of pounds of illegal vapes that is going to double in size. How long before it gets to 1 billion pounds a year of illegal black market products?
It will not take long.
The more ridiculous the laws, the bigger the black market.
Again,
and
lack of enforcement with your current laws.
Just like you said, for the 9.1 million pounds worth of illegal vapes, they assigned or assessed 48,000 pounds of fines.
Which is nothing.
That's just the cost of doing business, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's just nothing. They make that. They probably make that in an hour.
That's kind of like me walking out there and telling people, listen, do not go out and get a frickin' 30-year mortgage for a home. Are you fucking stupid or something? Go rob a bank. Because if you go rob a bank and you get caught, it's 10 years to pay off that debt that you just got from stealing all that money to pay for your house. If you get a mortgage, you're going to be paying for 30 years. Are you stupid?
Exactly. Ball and chain.
You can go rob a bank, pay off your mortgage, and when you get caught, well, guess what? You only have to do 10 years. And the whole 10 years are going to pay for your, the hot and the cot. 3 meals a day, heated, air-conditioned environment. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Exactly. Especially the way they treat them now in jail. It's like a hotel.
And just like your little buddy corner shop, they only closed 108 of those last year because they kept breaking the law. That's how good we are. We just, we shut you down and then don't come back the next week to find you selling out of the trunk of your car in front of your closed shop.
But the only thing is, they only shut them down for 3 months and then they open up again 3 months' time and start all over again.
Yeah, but they were still selling product. That 3 months they were shut.
Yeah.
You told me. Yeah. You saw him selling right out of the trunk of his car.
But they're doing
so
it
what
now.
good did it do to shut him down?
But they're doing exactly the same now. That shop opened up again about 3 weeks ago. You walk in that shop, his stock is shit. It's minimal. Bread, milk. It's basic. There's fuck all in that shop. But under the counter, you know what I mean? He must be making a fortune. Still a cover-up of what he's doing.
The reason
he's still doing
is because they shut him for 3 months, and everything that he made that 3 months that he was shut, you didn't have to pay taxes or VAT or anything on. That was all profit.
Yeah. Unbelievable. He's got no stock in that shop at all. No. And he's not allowed to sell alcohol. He's not allowed to sell alcohol either because I think he got caught selling dodgy booze as well. Fucking hell.
Well, that's the thing is the more that they push people to sell illegal products because their customers want it and they want to make the money on it, and it becomes increasingly hard to sell legitimate products and still make a buck, well, you're going to be more inclined to sell more illegal shit.
We had a spate of like bootleg booze. It was the Russian black something, Russian vodka. Apparently it just had some chemical in that was fucking poisoning every cunt. Smirnoff Black, that's what it was. Smirnoff Black vodka. It was 40% proof, but it had some, I don't know, some kind of petroleum in it or something, or like some kind of chemical like that, and it was fucking killing every fucker.
So in other words, it wasn't even a Smirnoff vodka. It was somebody's home conconcoction that they put Smirnoff label on.
Yep, Smirnoff Black, that was it.
It's not all bad news. Why. We do want to finish off on something, somewhat positive. So how about a photographer that asks his guests at a wedding to blow vape clouds over the bride so that he can get a good picture?
That's so cool. Yeah, the fog. I like it. That's mint.
Photographer saw a whole shit ton of people vaping there, so he's like, hey, man, free special effects. I don't need to pull out my fog machine. We just get all their friends to hang out behind them and blow their clouds.
Have you not seen that? There's like all these videographer channels have actually been reviewing these little fog machines, just to give a bit of atmosphere. They're just a fucking mod with a different top on. They're exactly the same as a mod.
Yeah, a mod with an air pump that actually blows air through, and they use it as a fog machine, a mini fog machine.
But it's all in the top piece. It's not the actual mod. It's just a power pack, just like ours, like a normal mod. With everything else.
Yeah, their tank actually has the additional capacities in there to create the vapor. You don't have to breathe it. Use your lungs to power it.
Yeah. Crazy, man.
There's so much craziness going out there.
Yes.
What kind of news do we have here on Twitter this past week?
Oh,
well, The tobacco control industry has always published policy-based evidence, making honest research that we know isn't honest. We know it's bullshit. And, well, guess what? Pippa has actually created an article on her website to document how Emily Banks, the little scientific researcher down in Australia, admits to the fact that they make this science to foster their agenda. They design the science. Clive Bates was right. Where is he?
Come on, Clive.
Where is he?
Oh my God! Everybody stop vaping!
Yes! Yes! Explain to us, Clive Bates, why is this an alarming headline that we should all ignore?
Jesus Christ.
Tell us the truth.
Science
the whole
is
story.
shaped to get alarmist headlines. Aha, look at this headline. Oh my God! Everybody stop vaping! The papers are written in such a way that that outcome in the press is predictable. At the beginning, the scientific paper, there'll be a bunch of caveats that say, no, the headline that we've presented you with isn't actually true.
Exactly.
The main impetus of creating the science and doing the research is to create these, oh my God, headline stories to get legislatures to ban shit that doesn't need to be banned because it doesn't actually do what they say it does.
Yes, the
so
shock.
You essentially
Horror,
create a
startle.
policy echo chamber between the politicians and the scientists and the tobacco control people to create science to justify the bullshit laws that create the black market that we see all over the fucking place.
Oh my God! Help!
Research as a pretext for policy. They create the bullshit scare story research papers that the tobacco control people go to the politicians and say, look at the science, follow the science. But the politicians don't actually read the research paper and never get to the point where they say, that's not actually what we fucking mean.
News just in. According to Neil Pitts, I feel it in my bones I am rectangular. Now back to your regularly
that's only
scheduled
'cause you live in
content of
Pittsburgh.
Mixin and Chillin.
Move to Cleveland, you'll feel like a trapezoid.
A trapezoid. Oh, God.
The generational vape campaign, funding bias. Becky Freeman proudly touts the Generation Vape was 100% backed by the Cancer Council. But this kind of institutional endorsement is precisely the problem. When the same tightly knit circle of NGOs, government agencies, and researchers fund, conduct, and interpret their own fucking ideas, and then they publicize it so that the news agencies pick up all these scare stories as a brand new study out. Vaping's more harmful than cigarette smoking. Bullshit. It creates an echo chamber. And they don't give a fuck what we have to say about it. Or the smoker out there, or the people that don't smoke and don't give a shit what the politicians do because they hate politicians. It's an echo chamber to get all this crap laws passed that is essentially creating all these black markets all around the world. And then that means that researchers are in lockstep with policymakers and lockstep with the funding that gives them more money to make more bullshit scare stories. And obviously they dismiss all opposing views and ideas or the people that are actually affected by their bullshit scare stories and science. And it goes further. They actually have contempt for us.
Jesus.
I'm not going to harp on this anymore. It's just going to throw it in the link in there. You guys can check it out for yourself if you're interested.
It is. It's even the science is down to their agenda now, man. It's just getting ridiculous, man.
Man,
manipulating
Twitter's
the
busted.
science.
Twitter chat is busted. It only works. if you're actually watching the stream. Why they would put that in there, I don't know. Whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll repost it.
Boom.
This is crazy, dude. If they make a fuss, this is Robert, right? If they make a fuss for the small number of kids that are vaping regularly in the UK, what is the UK government going to do when the age gate kicks in and there's going to be eventually millions of people using nicotine underage? When you're 45 years old and it's against the law for you to buy any nicotine product, what are they going to do then? When the black market is 99% of the market, because you've got 20, 30, and 40-year-olds that are out there buying black market products because they don't believe in following the law, because what the fuck are they going to really do to you anyway? It's a money market racket for the cartels that are going to be selling these products.
Of course it is.
They're literally giving up control of the industry by forcing everything to be black market supply. When are they going to face the reality? If people want something, well, they're just going to go get it or make it themselves. Doesn't matter what kind of laws you pass.
It's crazy. Absolutely nuts.
Repost if you think that the UK should let adults vape freely.
Yes.
I think everybody should be able to vape freely all around the world.
Yes, 100% yes.
Robert tried to lower his nicotine in an effort to quit before the UK tax goes into effect, but it didn't work for him. Well, no, sir, because you smoked your whole freaking life. You use nicotine to cope with everything in your life. You had a shitty day, you went for a fag, right? You use nicotine to cope with everything. From the time you got up to the time you went to bed, and sometimes in the middle of freaking night. You woke up from a bad dream, you're going to sit at the edge of the bed and smoke your cigarette.
I mean, I understand he's trying to lower his nicotine to actually quit nicotine altogether, but not to avoid taxes. I mean, that's the wrong reasons.
Robert's retired. He's a pensioner. He's got a very fixed income. How the fuck is he supposed to afford his vape stuff when he can't even afford? He's already at the point where, do I pay to heat or do I pay to eat this month or this week or this night? There are real people being affected by these bullshit policies.
Yeah. Ooh.
Martin Cullop wrote another beautiful article. Smoke-free surge stalled by feds clinging to old habits.
There's a surprise.
The free market is doing what public health campaigns couldn't. They invented a product that gets people more satisfaction than a cigarette. It costs less to have it. Look at my studio. This was all paid by money I would have spent and burned up in a cigarette had I continued to smoke. And, well, they're trying to take the credit for the fact that, vaping came along and converted a whole bunch of smokers into ex-smokers. But that explains why public health agencies and the public health organizations are so against this. What would happen if everybody on the planet today gave up cigarettes? They would all have zero funding. Because if the problem's been solved, why do we need to give you any fucking money?
Exactly. That's not a problem to solve, is there?
No. And they can't stop it. Pandora's box is open. We let the cat out of the bag. And no matter what scare stories you put on the news, interaction between two people that know each other will continue to take place. And right now we're up to like 20 million vapors here in the United States. And all 20 million of those, even though they're not diehard advocates out there telling everybody, listen, vaping's safer than smoking, they do interact with their friends and their family and their coworkers. And when they come across a smoker that they haven't talked to about it yet, what do you think they're going to do? They're not going to keep their mouth shut.
No.
The Curiosity is going to come in from the smoker going, what the fuck is that you're using? You come out for a smoke break like I do, but what is that?
Yeah.
They're going to tell you all about it.
What the fuck's that?
Where did you get it? I need to get me one of them. Dude, just stop
Try
at
the
any
black
convenience
market,
store. Just stop
No,
at
try
any
the black market.
convenience store, any gas station. You're going to find, don't go to like the Sunocos and the big gas stations and the BPs. Go to the little Indian, guy's freaking convenience store corner shop. Because he is going to have these available for you to buy. And pick a flavor that you like. And try that. And if it doesn't work, pick a different flavor.
Yeah.
When you find a flavor that you love, you're not going to want to smoke anymore. Because this works way better. You get your nick hit that you want, and you get a delicious flavor. And you may even find yourself not snacking throughout the day because you got your vape flavors in your mouth all day long.
Oh, it's a win-win, definitely.
It's a train that's running away, and there's nothing that they can do to control it. And that's why black market tobacco products are selling everywhere, and why the big tobacco companies are legit getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar, like we talked about last week in Arizona. They legit sent the cigarette wraps into the stores to get people to sign a fucking thing to get put on a list, and then little announced to these little shops that signed up for a list of the products that they're technically going to be allowed to sell. They are now being presented to the politicians as, look, all these corner shops agreed to quit selling vapes. Are you fucking ridiculous? Their biggest profit margin they're willing to get rid of? For what?
No.
What did you give them in exchange? Nothing? They're not going to be willing to do that. Matter of fact, they're going to be pretty pissed off when they find out that they've been put on a list to eliminate the most profitable thing that they sell in their store. But Big Tobacco's panicking because they know that the writing's on the wall.
Well, they kind of knew that when they got involved with vaping anyway, the Big Tobacco. That's why they got the thumbs in the pie. They knew they were in deep trouble then because they didn't realize how popular it had become. And it did become popular very fast. So their asses fell out then. What the hell is that?
Kind of like there's a lot of people that are losing their ass right now and a lot of people that are scared shitless because, well, this little trade war that's going on with China and the tariffs. Now it's time for us to find out what it's like when the Chinese put their own advocates out there saying, you guys have been duped your whole lives. You want to cry the blues about us getting all of your money because we make everything for the whole world, right? Did you know that your politicians sold you out?
Exactly.
All the little fucking businesses that used to make these things in your country got closed down because it was cheaper for the corporations to fucking buy our shit that we make and close all the shops and get rid of all your jobs. And your politicians lied to you and said that, that's just technological innovation. We're the United States. We're the technological superpower of the world. So then you go and get a tech job. And then once you get your degrees and your certifications, you find out you can't get a fucking tech job in this country anymore because it's either been replaced by AI or outsourced to India.
Exactly. Bullshit.
And your designer handbags that you pay $1,000 for, we make them for $10 and it costs you $20 to buy it if you buy it in our country. Meanwhile, you've been paying $1,000 for it in your country.
Yeah. We had a similar thing when Ashley was in charge of Newcastle for the Newcastle tops. They were selling them for £50 a piece, 50 quid a throw, and yet when they fucking got researched, then there was only costing 50 pence a shirt to be made in India. Fucking property was made. There was hell on about it. Absolute hell on. Everybody was in uproar. 50 quid for a shirt that only cost 50 pence to make. Wow.
Yeah. And because, China is so advanced technologically compared to the rest of the world, they have so many items that are made exclusively by robotics.
Yeah. Like, see, all that part of the world, your Chinas, your Japans, all them, You know, the technology's way ahead. Where do you think all your games consoles come from? Your Nintendos, your PlayStations, your Xboxes. They're all developed over there first, and then just the companies buy the name. Simple as that. It's all over there.
Sure
it's all
is.
made up there. Everything. From the rubber on your fucking sole, the shoes, to the friggin' your TV. Everything made over there.
Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome. Stephen L., hello and welcome. Neil Pitts, hello and welcome. All right, one last thing. Well, I almost forgot.
What did you forget? What you doing?
The science, dude. The science that pushes all of this shit to the forefront. Little by little, the science that is actually replicable and verifiable and true, that isn't chasing an agenda or a policy, actually is going to meet the light of day. And the time goes on, the numbers get stronger and stronger, not weaker and weaker and easier to disprove. All right. So let's look at the science we have for this week. Once again, big fucking shocker here. An analysis published in the Harm Reduction Journal finds that population level data that they say doesn't exist clearly shows, and why there's a warning on my last two videos and the last three shows that we've done, that e-cigarette use causes less smoking. That's a fact. Verifiable by looking at data from multiple sources. They all show the same fucking thing. The more people vape, the less people smoke. It's in the thumbnail thing in our DJ scene, and you see Charles Garner publishing it all the time.
But technically, you don't need science to see that happening. You could see it around the world. You could see it happening with your own eyes without the science. You know what I mean?
It's obvious. Yeah. Increased e-cigarette use is associated with decreased smoking prevalence. Here's the data. Here's the analytics. Here's the results. I mean, the numbers just keep getting bigger and bigger, stronger and stronger as time goes on. The more people vape, the less people smoke. And the quicker people give up smoking. So if you want to get smoking to zero, well, then you need to increase the availability of vaping products.
You've hit a point there. Is like, I mean, obviously, I'll comment in chat is how long did it take you to totally not smoke when you started vaping? Was it a day? Was it a week? I think I got 2 days. And I never touched a cigarette after that.
I did it over a weekend. I left for camp with my wife after we bought the Bigfoot murder kit and candy cane e-liquid. We went camping, and when we left for camp, we left our cigarette at home. Whatever cigarettes we had, we left at home. We went to camp with a vape, and we were done. We never went back.
Yeah. That's how quick.
It was hard the first day. I chain vape most of that day. But by the second day, it was like, this ain't that bad. I love the candy cane. And by the time we came home, not only did I not smoke ever again, but on Tuesday that week, I had to go back down to the club to do the normal numbers that we do in the payroll and stuff like that. And there were people around me that were smoking, and it didn't bother me one bit. I didn't give a fuck.
No.
I had my vape. They had their cigarette. Any other time I had quit smoking before, I would be dying for a cigarette. Before I left that building, I would have bummed one from them and bought a pack on the way home.
Yeah, easy.
When I picked up vaping, I never had an intention to stop and buy a pack of cigarettes again, ever.
And that's kind of where it would have been, because if, like I said, if you want a patch or a gum, which obviously didn't work, as soon as you've seen a cigarette, you went, I need one of them. I did when I was on the patches and that, because they were absolute garbage.
The worst product I used to quit smoking was that bullshit little fucking plastic pipe looking thing that was the Nicotrol inhaler. It was nothing more than a freaking plastic tube with a sponge inside that had nicotine in it, and you would breathe that in to breathe in your nicotine. Zero satisfaction at all. And every time I used one of them, I was dying for a cigarette when I got done with that freaking thing. You were supposed to only use it for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
After that 5 minutes, I was beg, plead. I even paid some guy $5 for one fucking cigarette after using that Nicotrol inhaler.
You would as well. You definitely would. I can definitely believe it. Definitely believe it. It's either give me a cigarette or I'm going to go out and kill some fucker.
And the thing is, when you break this down into age groups, guess who has the most dramatic effect of this at all? 18 to 34-year-olds.
Yeah.
The teens. The youngest generation have the most susceptibility to vaping replacing cigarette smoking. They're all about tech.
Yeah.
Why
Well,
the
this is
fuck
it,
would
yeah.
I want to carry a cigarette pack and a lighter around when I could just carry a disposable?
Again, you've touched another point there. Tech. All the young ones are into tech. Whether it's a new phone, new fucking smartwatch, new TV, new vape. It's tech, isn't it? Especially where they're going now with the disposables. Technology in them's phenomenal.
And the least susceptible to this is our age.
The diehards. Yeah.
The diehard smokers. You smoked your entire freaking life.
Yeah. Which is
It
understandable.
is 10 times harder for somebody our age to quit smoking than it is for somebody that's 20 years old to quit smoking.
But to me, that's where the disposable market would work for the diehards. Because like you said, the diehards, you'd say the pensioners, that the fingers and hands are probably not as dexterous. So they would have something where they can just pick it up and go. And that's, to me, is where the disposable market should be. You know what I mean? Or I would benefit, sorry. You know what I mean? It should be for everybody, but it would definitely benefit people like that. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
And that probably is the population in most of your countries now, especially UK. Your smoking population will be die-hard smokers. Not be young ones, it'll be die-hard smokers. That'll be the biggest numbers. Gotta be.
And this is, like typical science, broken down multiple different ways. Hispanics easily give up cigarette smoking with vaping. Non-white populations, non-Hispanic, white population gives it up easily. Females, males, they all show the exact same thing. So that tells me that if you're trying to ban this shit, you are essentially promoting cigarette smoking.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
Nationally representative population level data on tobacco product use by U.S. adults continue to support the existence of an association between increased prevalence of cigarette use, e-cigarette use, and cigarette smoking cessation. The more you vape, the less you smoke. The more vaping is promoted in society, the less there will be people who smoke in society.
Exactly. Again, not rocket science. It's common sense.
Nope. It is common sense.
Common sense. This is the annoying thing with all this crap. The solutions are fairly easy, but they are trying to overcomplicate them with fucking legislation and bullshit. You know, the simple solutions. It's not hard to do. You know what I mean?
And here's one more reason why this stuff is going to win in the end, right? There are people who've never smoked because they've always been a health nut their entire life. And they've been a health nut and they've tried to make their body as best as it can possibly be. They are now in the stage of their life trying to find things that they can add to their life to make their life better. And guess what they're finding? Nicotine. They're finding out that nicotine is a neurotropic that can increase memory and performance. These are fully healthy people that have never smoked a day in their lives, and they're using a nicotine pouch because they have a test to go take, or they have a marathon they're going to run, and they want to increase their performance during those times. The same thing we did to take a smoke break, they're now doing to improve their lives because of the health benefits of using nicotine.
See, weird, isn't it? How weird
They're
is
not
that?
addicts. They just use it for that exclusive purpose, and they'll go an entire week or a month and never touch the nicotine again.
Wow.
This shit ain't going anywhere. We're going to win.
Nah. Oh, it's always going to be around. But again, you know, I still think cigarettes will be around as well, and maybe in a black market status, because it's been around too long. I don't think it'll ever.
They're going to be around like vinyl records are.
Yeah.
You know, most of us switched from our vinyl records onto tapes, and then we went from tapes to CDs, and then we went from CDs into those little MP3 players.
Yeah.
And, you know, they tried to ban
vinyl.
it. They tried to ban all the black market MP3 sharing that was going on out there. And you know what the solution to that was? They created a marketplace where you could buy the MP3s, and everybody stopped sharing the MP3s because, well, it was cheaper for you to pay $1 than it was to get the hassle of downloading Napster and THOR and all these other things to get them illegally.
Exactly.
And even like me as a DJ, when you gave me the power to give it a subscription, $10 a month, and I could download a collection of millions of things, then guess what? Yeah. And it was built into my DJ software. I didn't have to worry about trying to download shit illegally because I had a subscription. I was getting paid to the DJ events. I paid the $10 a month to have the subscription. And if somebody wanted something and I didn't have it on my computer, I could download it instantly and it'd be the next song up.
Mm-hmm.
Create a safe legal market for it, and the illegal market dries up and goes away.
So there you go. There's a success story of that kind of thing, isn't it? Without a doubt.
That's simple, dude.
It can work with anything. The formula's there.
They just need to follow the formula.
Yeah. But, you know, somebody's got to make it.
And that wraps up the news. 15 minutes, 20 minutes early today. How you like me now?
Well, it's sitting you upside down. You look weird.
That's the joy of having an interactive show where the audience gets to mess with us.
Yeah. Whatever next.
You get used to it after a while. It's just like it doesn't faze me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I think it's hilarious. I think it's great.
I love it. I love it, man. We got so many different chat commands that people could use. And nobody cried out the good news when they heard it today. It's simple to do that.
Good
news, everyone!
See?
We've got absolutely loads. We've got the longest live show. We've got probably the best interactive show. What more can we say? You know what I mean? What can I say?
We need more.
I think this is a fake. I don't think this is real.
Wayne disagrees with you.
It is. Trust me, it's real. It is real.
This show's fake. It can't be real.
It's real. Spread the word, boys and girls. Spread the word.
I love it. I love it. I love it, dude.
Thanks, mate. Pal, star. You're
I'm
a legend,
sorry.
mate.
I didn't have any like fake news. It shoots into your lung stories today that somebody could have used this command for.
You're a liar! You know something that you're not telling us, you slimy scumbag liar!
Oh.
Who the fuck is this asshole?
Vaping is better than smoking.
That's Andrew Cuomo. That's who that is. We haven't confirmed it yet, but we honestly think he's gotten Bloomberg bucks.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
You know what the truth is? Nick's going to tell us what the truth is. Are you ready for
Anti-vaping
it?
propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
That's the truth.
And
You're working with a professional here!
Professional advice.
Let's keep on vaping like our lives
Right.
depend on it, because they kind of do.
Guilty motherfucker.
That deserves a round of applause.
It's showtime.
See, even the
Happy
voice
day.
commands work sometimes.
That's weird. It's weird.
Now, all we need to do is we need to develop it so that people can just shut the stream down when they've heard enough for today.
Maximum faith, please!
I'm gonna come.
What?
Oh,
Where'd I
really?
get that one from?
Donald?
Where'd I get that from?
come.
Where'd I get that
Donald?
from?
And that's why I wanted to show out the beautiful chat command. If you ever wonder what the song that's playing in the background is, you can type a chat command in, and a beautiful pop-up will tell you the artist and the name of the song.
I found one for when they want us to shut up.
Yeah?
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
You know what we're gonna do next, mate? We're gonna
Come on.
create that deck inside a streamer bot, and then we're gonna let people in chat activate your voice commands as well.
Yes.
But for now, I think it's
For
time
now.
for a flavor explosion and get some alcohol or non-alcoholic flavors to wet our palates.
Yes.
Move your mind and get ready for the drop.
Hallelujah. Right, folks, for your pleasure today, I went for a bit of a something I haven't had for ages. It's probably what they call probably the best lager in the world. We're on Heineken. Good old Heineken, which was established in 1873. I think this is very popular in Holland. I'm sure this is the main brew over in Holland. The alcohol is 5% volume on a 568 ml can. So let's say in the UK that's a pint can. I don't know what it is in the US, a quart or whatever. I don't know what. I get confused with your bringing stuff, but there you go. Heineken is the blogger of the day. Over to you, Alex.
Hot diggity dog diggity. My stomach still isn't 100%, so no alcohol for me this week. My wife insisted that I have some golden goodness. This is a Bolthouse Farms 100% juice smoothie. Flavor profile for this one. You have half a peach, 1.5 apples, 1.5 passion fruit, and you have a beautiful, delicious smoothie. And when I get done with that one, she said, I need to make sure your potassium's not going to get low, so you need to drink the strawberry banana smoothie. And naturally, the flavor profile of this is 4.5 servings of strawberries, 1.5 bananas, and 1.25 apples. So
Now you see,
that right there.
seeing Alex. Seeing Alex has mentioned like foodie kind of stuff and fruits. I've also got my snacks to soak up the alcohol, which today is Balti covered peanuts. Thank you. So
Those are freaking delicious.
I would
You sent me those
more.
things. The tandoori peanuts. Ooh,
Yeah.
is that delicious?
Loads of flavor. I'll send you the full pack next this year. I'll send you the full whack.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers, sir, to your health and your stomach.
Wow, is that good?
That's-
Makes me want to make an
you know,
e-liquid like this.
This is one of them things, like, you know, when you haven't had something for ages and then you suddenly have it again and it's just absolutely out of this world. That's kind of what this is like. It's a beer I've never drank for ages, but ooh, it's good.
I really would like a vape like this.
Well, I suppose there's some research for you, matey. Because basically, just like you did with the cherry bakewell, you could go and have a look at a few smoothie recipes and, you know, get a bit of inspiration. Yeah.
Because this would be such a simple flavor profile. Some pineapple, some peaches, some apples. I'd have to come up with a goofy name for it, though, because it's not like everything in there is balanced. It's like a constant fight in your mouth between all these different flavors. Like, ooh, you recognize the pineapple. Ooh, you recognize the apple. Ooh, you recognize these other fruits and flavors and juices. And it's like, oh, it's like the Hawaiian Punch when I made that and vaped it the first time. When I vaped that the first time and my mouth just started salivating like crazy, I'm like, that's a winner.
Yeah.
How many vape juices do we make that, we go to vape it like this Horton Here's a Who? Because that's like a coffee based from Canada, Horton. And it just dries your mouth out. And it's like, ugh, I need my big jug of water to use this as an all day vape.
You can kind of gauge commercial vapes the same way. I've found where I've bought various commercial vapes, the good ones, you sad, lovely, enjoying it. But then you get a shit one, you're dry and it dehydrates, you're thirsty, you want to drink. You're like, what the hell's in there? I'm drinking more than vape, you know what I mean?
Here's a beautiful one. Vapetasia has this beautiful pink lemonade. I freaking love this thing. I bought like 3 or 4 of them already. And then there's one up there. Pineapple Express by Vapetasia.
Ooh.
No, it's a pineapple, but like you said, it dries out your mouth and then you're like wanting to drink. And then it's like, no.
Yeah, you can tell when they're like that. It's just, nah.
Sorry, doesn't work for me.
But that's the whole point of a nice flavorful vape. You know, you're salivating, you've got all the flavors.
And then you got like this one from the Frusion Juice Company. You've got clementine, citrus, mango. This is a beautiful blend of oranges and different kinds of oranges. And then you've got mango that legit ties it all together.
Yeah.
And it's not like overly salivation when you vape it, but it doesn't dry out your mouth at all.
Yeah, if you don't dry out, that's much better.
Son of Liberty Radio, Patrick, hello and welcome. Rated TVMA
Hello.
Louis, hello and welcome.
Hello.
So that's the thing that we need to do as mixers is come up with these flavor varieties and then look at that other characteristic that nobody ever talks about. I haven't even heard Wayne talk about it, in all the videos I've watched him make of different recipes. You evaluate whether there's layers in your recipe or whether you have recognizable flavors or whether it's a unique vape experience. But how often have you ever heard him or any of the other mixers talk about how much does your vape make your mouth water?
Yeah.
As Nick puts it all the time, make your jowls water constantly.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that's a hallmark of a fantastic recipe.
Definitely, without a doubt. That's what
truly
you want.
mouth-watering vape.
Mm-hmm.
Bad if you're doing a show and you have to talk for hours, because then if your audio processing isn't perfect, all you're going to hear is mouth sounds from all the saliva.
I'd rather have the slavery mouth and the dry mouth trying to talk for hours.
Yeah, you're right. That's even worse. So you need to find a recipe that's balanced and get you salivating, but not so much that you got to swallow every 2 seconds.
Beg your pardon?
Well, I know you do. That's why we're not married.
Exactly.
So, and since we're back in the gutter again, it's time to roll the bumper for your hand checks. And not available for sale anywhere, but I thought it'd be a great idea. You have your beautiful action figures. Since all the world is a stage and we are nothing but merely actors. And this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. No matter how much you want or don't want to be an action figure, you are. Because as soon as AI was generating this went viral and everybody had to generate their own things. And everybody had to generate their own action figures. You didn't want to do that. You had no inclination a week ago that you were going to make an action figure of yourself. But here we are. Everybody on the planet is sitting there making action figures of themselves or their characters for their YouTube channel.
Yeah. It's funny though, isn't it? You've got to, come on, it is funny.
It is. It's cool.
That's
why it went viral.
I'll tell you it is. I'm glad mine isn't for sale because it'll probably get turned into a voodoo doll. I'll be getting stabbed and pinned and fucking...
Listen, I personally love how, when the wife made yours, it says chips. And I'm like, oh, no, that's got to be called crisps. So she made another one, but it got you and I completely wrong. Do I have it here? I'll show you what it looks like. I thought it was funny.
Oh, it just totally freaks out when you add something that goes,
Yeah, it's on here. So let's take a look at your hand checks. Buta Squad dropped his on the Discord server. Link in the description below if you haven't already joined. Join the Discord server. You can upload your hand checks, your dad jokes, your pet pics, and anything else you want to ask or talk about on the stream. Daily chit chat, whatever. We got all kinds of sections in there. Food recipes. You got an awesome meatloaf recipe? Drop it on the Discord server so I can try it. Maybe you'll get featured on the show. Oh, Kenny and I will sit here and have a meatloaf recipe.
Ooh.
He'll follow the recipe and make one. I'll follow the recipe and make one, and we can compare the two of them side by side.
Yeah.
See how good your recipe is.
Mine will be burned. Mine will be burned black. Yours will be perfect.
And then I'll have my wife follow the recipe, and it'll look nothing like any of ours. But it'll taste wonderful. She's one of those people that never wants to follow a recipe. And most of the time when she follows one, it doesn't come out right. She can't figure out why.
Mine will not be a meatloaf, it'll be a meat brick.
Mine will be exactly like what the recipe says it's supposed to be like, because I follow everything right to the microgram.
I'm not too bad in the kitchen. I can knock a few nice meals up, so I'd hold me home.
But see, that's the difference. My wife can take anything in the pantry, you throw her a basket of stuff, she'll make something wonderful for dinner. You hand it to me and you don't give me a recipe, you're not going to like anything I come up with. I'm not a cook. I'm not creative inherently. So.
The thing is, I can make some nice stuff what I like, but when you've got fussy teenagers, you ain't going to hold down there.
Yeah, but before you know it, you're going to blink and they're going to be grown and gone. And you'll be in the same boat I'm in.
Oh, look.
The only children you'll have left in the house will be your dog.
I can live with that.
It has its advantages.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Buta Squad's lovely, lovely hand check for this week. Another beautiful shut up. I wonder if his leaks like mine does. Where'd I put it? It's hiding behind my juice. I took this thing. The one test I didn't do before I published the review is I take these things and I lay them on the side for a week and don't touch it. And unfortunately, this entire side of the tank and this cover was covered in e-liquid. So I don't know where the heck it's leaking from. It doesn't look like it's leaking from the O-rings on the glass. It doesn't look like it's leaking from the O-ring on the bottom. So how is it getting full of e-liquid?
Is it not gravity dropping it through the airflow?
I'm wondering whether it might not actually be e-liquid. I'm thinking it might be, we talked about it last week about how you get condensation in these things. You get a cold tank that's sitting in an air-conditioned room, and you go to vape it, you get that heat buildup in there, then you get condensation on the inside of here. I wonder if that condensation soaks down into the 510 pin. And then after using this thing for 3 weeks, I go to lay it down for the first time and leave it sit there and lay for a week, how it slowly seeps out of that 510 pin to cover the inside of that thing.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd be able to tell the difference between condensation and e-liquid. Condensation's water.
Yeah, but you know what? When I go to fill it, I always end up getting a little bit of e-liquid on the top when I slide that glass up. Because surface tension of your e-liquid rides on that glass. And I always try and wipe it off, but sometimes I don't. So there is some e-liquid, some VG on the outside of it. And if you take any kind of VG and just add, a hair of water to it, which is essentially water vapor from condensation, you're going to get it thinned out and coating everything, and it's all going to feel the same slippery VG-ness. If you ever dropped a bottle of e-liquid on the floor, you know how hard it is to clean up. If you drop it on carpet, it's even worse. You got to sit there for like a good half hour running the carpet scrubber over it with just plain water to thin out that VG till the point where it doesn't feel slippery and slimy anymore.
Yeah.
Henning Nam, hello and welcome. My apologies. I was going to take you left a comment on the one video asking a question, and we were going to address it today. If you want to drop your question in chat, we can answer it, but I didn't take a screenshot of it. Anyway, we've got a beautiful thing here from Six Pack Kid. Can you guess what's in the box?
Ooh. Come on, man. What is it?
Look at that. Build stand.
Holy shit, that's beautiful.
That is gorgeous, dude.
That's stunning. Oh, is it DNA and all? It looks like it, isn't it?
I don't know, but I love it. And that's something else I didn't put in the video. When you go to build this, you need a build stand. Because most of the mods I tried it out on would not screw into the 510 pin. If you don't have the right height in there and your 510 pin isn't too high, sometimes you have to push the 510 pin down to get the thread to start. With the build stand, it was a piece of cake because it drops right in there and starts screwing in right away. There's plenty of clearance from the 510 pin when it sits at rest to when you screw that in there. But that is awesome.
Right, yeah. That's beautiful, like very nice. Stunning.
William Dobson's lovely contribution.
Here we go. Showing up again, William. Showing up again. I don't know.
What do you think, man? What is that? Can we identify it? I have no clue what it is.
Not me, but it would look better if it had black and white stripes on it, like.
Listen, I don't want to hear about your wife's undies.
Oh, there's no stripes on them, trust us.
I know what goes on in there.
Shh. It's a family show.
Fagan says he's always wanted a build station with a DNA chip. Why don't you make one, dude?
I don't know.
Design one and partner with somebody to make it for you. Bruce from Bruce Innovations and BP Mods made this one, the Futon Ohm Tab. I truly love this
Mods
thing.
make crap ones. BP mods do make cracking ones. There's mine there, still in the box. Well, I always see this is how much pride and joy I take in mine. Every time I'm finished with it, I put it back in its box. I don't leave it out. It goes back in its box every time I finish.
No, dude, mine has never gone back in the box since I opened it up.
Oh, I do. I put it there to keep it in pristine condition because that one's mine there. Mine's the black and red. You've got the green one, haven't you? Mine's like the black and red one.
And then there was ones that had all kinds of patterns and stuff on it.
That's right.
It was artistic. I loved it.
I'll just keep it in the box just to keep it, because I know me, clumsy bollocks, I'll either drop it, stand on it, or whatever, because I think that one I had...
Take it from somebody who's dropped this one 100 times. Granted, it's on a carpet floor, but this thing is beautifully built. The solid aluminum body on this thing, that's never going to go bad.
But bearing in mind when I had that one, the Coil Master, I didn't even have that still works. It's been dropped and God knows what every time. I don't know.
How about this chunky one from Geek Vape?
Oh, I love that thing you had.
And then this one lets you turn it and use it as a mod.
Yeah, you'll see it's cool, that one. I don't know if this works. I'm going to try it. It's been dropped and
The problem was the only real weight to this thing is the actual build deck that you rotate 45 degrees.
No way.
All the weight is up here. So don't try and stand this up on end like this because it'll fall over because they rounded that corner.
Look at that. It's still working after all this time of being dropped and stood on and kicked and thrown across the room. It still works. It's not the most accurate.
Or you could just get get yourself a basic one. If you've never bought one before, you can get on Amazon, search for Ohm Tab, and you'll find something like this for like $12 to $20. It's all plastic, but it works. There's nothing wrong with it. It does your basic functions of having a stand to build it on, measuring a resistance and firing your coils.
I mean, obviously, the more expensive, more quality ones are just like your mods. They're more accurate at reading resistance. It's the same with them. You know what I mean? Some are more
but an ohm reader's cheap to manufacture.
Yeah. All right.
The difference between an expensive one and this one in manufacturing cost is like $3. This one will sell for $30. This one will never sell more for $10 or $15.
No.
Now with all the impositions, you might sell for $18.
This is pissing
But something like this could easily sell for $75 to $100.
Aye.
Most people won't buy for that price, but you could. It's essentially a mod in a horizontal
Pretty
form
much.
factor.
Yeah.
Anyways,
awesome bit of kit.
I guess it's time for our dad jokes. You ready?
Already? Wow. Yeah, man.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
10 kids can pick up 5,000 eggs in a yard the size of a football field in 10 minutes. But it takes them 3 months to pick up 5 toys in a small bedroom.
That's so true now. Jesus. So true.
What am I doing for Easter? Oh, same as Jesus. Going out Friday and coming back Monday.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Is she still even alive?
No idea. No idea.
Gilligan's Rock, Gilligan's Island? Ginger?
No idea.
Due to unforeseen circumstances, Easter this year is canceled, as the Easter bunny was devoured by a snake.
Oh dear.
Sorry. Close your eyes and I'll hide the kids again. Dude, that's just wrong.
Yeah.
That's just so wrong. My goodness, Roberta, they're just adorable. And what precious little Easter outfits you dress them in.
Yeah.
I miss them days when my kids were young and we used to decorate Easter eggs. Time to make the Easter eggs.
Oh shit. Rabbit strokes. Doesn't matter. Rabbit strokes.
No wonder we got a shortage of eggs. What comes after Easter Sunday? Egg fart Monday.
Egg fart Monday. Yeah.
In the spirit of Easter, I've decided to keep the dust bunnies as decorations.
Oh, gosh.
No?
Oops.
I'm worried about Junior. He's been hanging out with that no-good rabbit. And now, he's got a full body tattoo.
He's a fucking egg.
I don't know, Doc. I just feel so hollow inside.
Fucking chocolate rabbit.
Hey, check out the eggs on that chick over there. How Peter got himself slapped.
I like that. What? This
ain't that the way it goes, though? Soon as you make a comment about something, well, we got a comment on the screen. Or you put that there.
When you see when you see disposable vapes have become cheaper than Easter eggs, you know the world's gone shite. How fucking true is that?
That is the truth. But ain't this the way it goes, man? You make some comment about something and the old lady always takes it the wrong way.
Oh, God. Hell yeah.
I didn't even know she was over there. I don't believe you. Crack a window. Shaggy's weed is too dank.
Shaggy's weed.
Dad, why is my sister named Teresa? Because your mom loves Easter and Teresa is an anagram of Easter. Thanks, Dad. No problem, Alan.
Oh, dear.
Easter egg hunt for adults.
That's my kind of game.
Who's in? Where do we go? Where do we sign up for this?
Freaking chewer. Get me in that.
For the Easter egg hunt this year, I won't dye the eggs. I'll just be like, good luck finding them bitches, because we're supposed to get snow this week.
That would work brilliant. Never thought of that.
Listen, when you hid those Easter eggs in places where you knew your kids were going to find them, and there was always, every single year, there was always 6 or 10 or 12 of them they never found.
Yeah.
Because the brain on these children is, oh, look, I found one on the bench of the picnic table. Let me not bother looking underneath the picnic table. Why would there be any there?
Oh, if they found one, that would be it. I'm happy with that. Right, I'm going to go and eat it. You know what I mean? That was it, though, yeah.
You don't do that on Halloween when you go trick-or-treating.
Uh-huh.
So, does the Easter Bunny leave coal for the naughty kids? Coal? Of course not. But you know those black jelly beans that you find all over the place? They aren't actually black jelly beans.
Chocolate raisins.
I don't want a sidekick, especially one with a dumb name. That is a cheap shot, mister. That is a cheap shot. Easter Bunny met the spring equinox.
Oh, dear.
Who's in?
Whoa. 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 I think he's going to need a bigger lighter.
Oh, that's going to be an Easter to remember.
Or not.
Oh, when you see the food bill on your checking account, you'll definitely know.
Oh, yeah. The munchies. Oh, there's another one.
Well, it was illegal to use it to make booze, so we decided to use it for other purposes. What kind of filling would you like? How about caramel? I always wondered, how come they never put a filling inside of those hollow Easter bunnies?
Nah.
Could be like malted milk balls or something.
Or a Cadbury cream bunny. Oh, that'd be amazing.
Oh, yeah. Mm. Junior, I haven't seen you since last Easter.
Poor egg.
Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. I won't say my memory's bad, but it's to the point now that I can hide my own Easter eggs without even trying.
Exactly, so true.
Anal Egg Hunt, April 12th, 10 a.m., free family event.
Okay. Who's actually going to show up?
If it's an anal egg hunt, there's a reason why they want your family, because there ain't any way possible they'll ever have one. Hope everyone got a nice big surprise in their Easter basket. Fuck.
Everything you want.
Take your tail and shove it somewhere else. Installed a security camera in my house to get footage of the Easter Bunny, and this is what I saw.
Oh, that's that movie, isn't it? Oh, God. Metropolis or something. Zootropolis. Zootopia. That's it, Zootopia. I knew I would get it out. Zootopia.
I never seen it. No, I don't want to.
Oh, yeah. Well, trust it. It's much better than that. Trust it.
Pipa Shtura. Pipa Shutora. Shutra. Shutra. Pipa Shutra. You have the Martianary. You have the bunny style. You have cottontailing. You have whisker sitting. The classic 69. You have peeping out. And then you've got a peep some.
Filthy minds.
Those are bunny flaps. Likely excuse. Likely excuse. Not sure if it's an Easter egg hunt or the Hunger Games.
Hunger Games, I'm starving. Oh.
Happy Easter to all my peeps out there.
shit.
I can't get my slipper on. The Easter Bunny gets a rude awakening and doesn't even like it.
Well, I don't think anybody would like a foot up their ass.
Like we did when we were kids and didn't do the right thing. Here we go, another peep show.
For God's sake.
And if you all want to see one of these, you can watch Mark and his old lady get it on their show on the weekend. Check them out.
You've got to lower the
No
sword.
guarantee it's going to look like this, but it might get close. You never know. What do you mean that wasn't you who just said good morning?
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Am I high, or is the Hulk in my bag?
Green, very angry green.
Well, that's
so
the
cool.
greenest shit I ever seen.
I know. Sure, it's not a fucking cauliflower or something.
My crotch is not that hairy. The first time you drop your panties in front of me, I thought I was at a ZZ Top concert, front row seats.
ZZ Top. I like that. I like that. Oh dear.
Oh boy. I don't think he had spinach.
Oh no. I think he had iron.
Here's a really, really old picture of me. You know,
I like
in case
that.
you want to ever identify me as a child. Although I'm sure the statute of limitations has long expired, so there's no need for that.
Yeah.
How about a diet fork and a diet spoon?
What prong? That prong looks like it's just doing that. Yeah, giving you the finger.
Hey, that prong is good enough to pick up a prong.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not eating any more edibles. I've been in my house trying to get home for 2 hours. Haven't figured out how to get there.
Oops.
Do you ever have any of these new edibles they got out nowadays, dude?
No. Nope.
Dude.
No, I said.
My old lady got this chocolate bar from California, right? I just had a little sliver off into the corner, the size of a pea. That's some potent stuff right there.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Honey,
We've never had it.
remember that Easter egg nobody could find? It hatched. Weed suppositories, you know, so you can calm your ass down or calm somebody else's ass down. Somebody else.
That'd be quite a good idea.
You know.
That'd be a good idea, That'd be an awesome idea.
Instead of a swift kick in the ass, just hand him a suppository.
Yeah.
You know, instead of all the negative posts, here's a pic of some topless chicks in shorts.
Oh,
Short
almighty.
shorts. And don't worry for all you animal lovers out there. We're going to be donating them all to McDonald's to make your chicken nuggets.
Oh, God, that's terrible.
CBD toilet paper also helps you calm your ass down. Not a treatment for hemorrhoids.
No, shit.
Not that I would know. That's what I heard from a friend. Got you a vegan Easter egg.
That'd be fucking right.
I'll be back later for the guacamole.
Exactly, yeah. That'd be right.
Cure for wobbly tables. This is what you can actually use peeps for. I never enjoyed a peep. I thought they were dumb. They were always stale. Right? So, when you get them, don't have to bin them. You can use them to cure a wobbly table. You can use them as a cell phone holder. They also make a half-decent wine cork. And you can hand them to Granny as a pincushion.
There you go. Recycling at its finest.
Imagine the Easter Bunny looking like that bunny thing from the movie Donnie Darko.
Oh. Oh, no.
This might be a new issue to deal with. Unbeatable eggs. So they've returned to their normal price, but they're now unbeatable.
What the fuck?
How are you going to eat your deviled eggs if they're unbeatable?
Wow, I gotta scramble them.
Yeah, they're unbeatable. You can't scramble them anymore. You can have sunny side up. You can have them over easy. You can drop them in boiling water. Oh, Neil Pitts has a solution. Thank God. Oh, somebody with a brain.
Yeah.
You just whip them into submission.
You can whip them. I like that, yeah.
Whip it real good.
Good, didn't you, Batman?
John Cena is slowly turning into Ernest. Prove me wrong.
Oh, shit. That's quite an uncanny resemblance, is it not?
Scaringly so. Your chances of being killed by a bunny are low, but they are never zero.
Oh, no. No one's looking at you like that.
The Easter Bunny is coming to town.
Oh, shit.
How many of your kids were afraid of the Easter Bunny?
I was.
Egg dyeing contest. 9.0, 7.2. Oh, that's a 2. That's the fakest shit.
Fuck off.
Ah, yes. Here's where the deviled eggs are. 666. Perfect eggs for deviled eggs.
Shit. People actually do this shit.
What did the Easter egg say to the boiling water? It's going to take me a while to get hard. I just got laid by some chick.
Clever. Very clever. Very clever.
No, Mr. Jesus, no here. So then I was like, Mom, chill out. I'll be back in like 3 days tops. I always wondered what Mother Nature looked like.
No, I don't emphasize her as that. I'm sorry.
You don't buy it?
Nah.
He died on Friday.
Oh, fuck off. Get the fuck. Oh,
that's ridiculous. We were both so drunk, I'm surprised you even remember that party. And how do you even know they're mine?
Ouch. Well,
won't take a DNA test to win in the public court.
Hang on.
Here's the plan, boys. Let's see how many little kids we can scare this Easter.
That would work. That's why I always envisaged my Easter bunny as I was petrified of them.
You know how they used to have that gang of people that would like show up and like start dancing and stuff in subway stations and things like that? I think we should form a society of people that get dressed up as Easter bunnies and carry automatic weapons and hang out in front of Walmarts.
Okay.
No?
If you don't get arrested.
Well, that's just the only idea I came up with after trying this marijuana.
Cannabis.
Ever been flashed by money?
Nope.
Dude's got a big ball.
I bet he has.
Made a sandwich 10 minutes ago and been looking for it ever since. And then, I guess I gotta stop smoking.
What the fuck?
Well, when you make your sandwich and you put it back in the bag it came from, it's kind of easy to lose track of where it went. No? Maybe?
Why would you do that though?
When your mom says you're too old for an Easter basket, we all cried. Hey, how's that diet going? Not good. I had eggs for breakfast. Scrambled? No, Reese's.
Yeah, chocolate.
Well, you wouldn't give me an Easter basket, so I had to go and make my own.
Okay.
And that wraps up the dad jokes for the week. That's all you submitted. I added none to it this week.
That was awesome. Very good. Thank you very much, boys and girls. Good. Very good. There was some very
and if you didn't like them,
always.
Throw your own dad jokes in there so we can all laugh at your stuff.
Yeah.
Damn straight, Skippy.
Get them all in. Oh, God. That's nice.
Well, sir, we are done with the lovely dad jokes. I guess that means it's time for a retro vape.
We're doing well today, aren't we?
We're flying by.
Too well.
Valerie Gates, hello and welcome, even though you were the first one to drop in the stream today and drop your chat in. And she says, I did my best for Easter and 420.
Okay.
2 thumbs up.
Hell yeah.
Awesome job.
Rock and roll.
Neil Pitt says, if I put mine in there, they'd take down your channel. Well, I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah, we are an adult. We put the disclaimer in. He's got the disclaimer in. It's there.
Every beginning of every show automatically disappears, but it's up there every show.
Yeah.
As soon as we go live, it gets turned on. And as soon as the desk moves out of the way, it goes away.
Hell yeah.
All right. Time for a retro vape. Oh, a long time ago in a galaxy not so far away. Who is this? Think Vape made the THOR.
THOR? Never heard of it, man.
Hi. That's the wrong camera.
Yeah. I was wondering if it was a new angle they've just put in there, mate. Oh dear. What on earth? Oop, different. Where's he gone? Where's he gone? I'll join you. I'll put the wrong camera on. There you are. I'm on the wrong camera now.
Okay.
We'll be on the wrong camera.
We'll make
We're
it
both
work.
on the wrong camera. Hello. We're both on the wrong camera now. Oh, God almighty.
Never a dull moment, dude.
We'll always find something here. The THOR. Never heard of that, like.
The THOR, made by Think Vape.
Never ever heard of it. Never ever. Think Vape.
Think Vape THOR user manual. Look at that funky colors. Today we have a beautiful ebony.
That looks kind of cool, actually. Wow.
Dual 18650 designed by Think Vape.
We are looking at roughly 6 years ago, mate. Roughly 6 years old.
So I got to pull out some 6-year-old batteries to throw in it.
So, but a lot of them did have decals on them as well, like tigers and shit like that. Wouldn't you still get it? Bet you can't.
I don't know, but I really like this ebony wood pattern. It's just plastic.
Yeah, it's just yeah.
Okay, maybe so these
Wonder if it's
6-year-old
still
batteries
here.
aren't the greatest idea.
There is one place called Click. Ah, they're like a vendor. They're a vendor. Oh, they need God. I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. No, I wouldn't trust them ones.
There you go. That's just interesting. It's not the brightest in the world.
You must have a different block box. And all of these ones are Bear Lion Chief Nebula.
200 watts, does not round robin.
See the ones I'm looking at, they've all got emblems on. You had a bear one, a lion one, a chief one, and a nebula one. I never got that one, what you've got. I can't find that one.
Has temp control built into it.
Really? Fucking hell. It can't be too bad. Seychelles.
Interesting.
That's got nothing to do with that. What the hell was that about? Nope.
5 clicks does not turn it off.
No way. Source more calm. Ah. There are some video source sites, but they're not like shops that can get it for like ridiculous amount of prices. I mean, there's a one called Smoore who can get it for $22. There's another place who can get it for $30, but you're kind of clutching at straws. I don't think you would get.
So it's just a plastic case. It's got variable wattage, nickel, titanium, stainless steel, and bypass mode. 3 clicks to change the modes. The color options included, besides its ebony, there was a graffiti, a passionate, a punk, and a tiger. Graffiti.
Yeah. Holy fuck, look at that, man. Yeah, cool as out.
Micro USB.
For what it is, it's got good looks. I don't know how good the quality is, but it looks good. I mean,
So to pair that up with something today, I just reached in and grabbed another MnC tank. We've already done this one before, and it's in Kenny's favorite color.
Fucking rainbow. Bloody with all the tanks, he gets a fucking rainbow. Hey,
I know how much you love it, dude.
Oh, yeah. Like a boil on me arse. It's a decent tank, though. I'll give it that. It's just because it's a decent tank, I'll let you off.
All right. What's the trick? Is there tape on here? No.
It might be. Because they used to have sellotape going all the way around the joint, didn't they? Like, a bit like some of the... who used to do that?
There's a freaking sticker on here. Doesn't go all the way around it.
Who used to do that again? There you go. Was it Geek Paper used to do like bloody cases like that? Uh-oh.
News just in. According to Neil Pitts, Kenny is over the rainbow. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Well and truly, Neil. Well and truly over the fucking rainbow.
Ceramic 0.6 ohm coil.
Ceramic coil. Oh. Yeah, remember that.
50 to 100 watts.
I remember that, the ceramic coil. Bloody hell. Have a look at that. Hey, that's a blast from the past.
So you have a ceramic base, then you've got your regular wicking, round wire.
The coils are inside, wrong way. Probably Canthol. Most of them weren't they? The wrong way it was with Canthol. Bloody rainbow. Bloody rainbow.
Lock and unlock.
Hinge top.
Lock. Unlock. That I think is pretty cool. Copper 510 pin.
Oh. Holy moly.
Manufactured by Cigarette. Spare coil, exact same one.
Holy moly.
Spare glass. 810 to 510 drip tip adapter.
God, you didn't see them much now, do you? Like actually in the metal, do you? You very rarely see them. Gaskets and O-rings, yeah. Gaskets, man. They weren't O-rings, they were gaskets for the top. Bloody gaskets, mate. Gaskets, for fuck's sake. Oh, hang on a minute. I'll do a quick research. What's it called again? That tank, the Sense, isn't it? Let's have a look. We're talking the Sense RTE. There was the Sense Herald keys. Is that the Blaze? What model of Sense?
Blazer 200 sub-ohm tank.
The Blazer 200. Ah. I will double check there for you just to see what was what. Yeah. It was fucking hell. 8 years old. 8 years old, that tank. Holy fuck. 8 years old.
I think I'm just going to throw some watermelon in there.
Yeah. 8 years old. Holy shit. Damn. What's its juice capacity about? Is it 5 ml? Would you say?
At least.
Yeah. 8 years old. What's that? 25. 17. 2017, isn't it?
I think it's more like 8, maybe 10. Look how much of this bottle it drank.
That's interesting. That rainbow just does not go with that fucking mount.
No, it doesn't.
I mean,
the bulk would fit on there pretty nice.
I'm not too arsed about matchy, but that just looks fucking wrong.
It does look wrong.
Shit.
All right.
Okay.
We'll put this off to the side.
Holy fucking holy. Is
that better?
No, what happened? That looks a bit more presentable. You can
Looks
check
a little
the mod
big,
with that.
but I mean, you expect the bulk to be a little big.
Of course.
Right?
It still fits on the top though. There's no overhang of the actual base though, is there?
No. Just a tiny little bit right at the point where this rounds out.
Yeah. What do you mean heading down? If you think about it, 8 years wasn't long ago. I was in my 40s 8 years ago, mate. It was a very long time ago. No, I wasn't. I was just turning 50 8 years ago. Shit. God. Shit. 8 years.
0.11.
Holy moly. According to Neil, that RTA gives you sweet lung.
Sweet tea lung? Mallory Gates made a new sweet tea recipe.
Did you?
Just got notified of it on ELR. That's something we haven't done here yet. Made a sweet tea recipe. Maybe we should do that today.
Yeah, give it a go. To me, it's just a cup of tea with sugar in. Yeah. Bit of Earl Grey with a couple of spoonfuls of sugar. There you go, sweet tea.
A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
Go down, the medicine. Oh, here we go.
News just in. According to Mallory Gates, happy tax day. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Oh, I guess it really is. Shit.
Happy tax day. Oh.
April 15th.
What is that? Your tax day? Is that your tax year?
That's your tax day every year.
Yeah.
Unless it falls on a weekend and they extend it.
Ours is April the 1st. Our tax year is April to April, the 1st of April.
Our tax year is December to December.
Really?
December 31st or
Wow.
January 1st to December 31st. So it matches up with the year.
Oh. Well, you know,
So then employers have until January 31st to prepare your tax paperwork on what they collected and submit that paperwork to you. And then you have until April 15th to file.
The ironic thing is, right? You kind of, it's kind of similar here because even though your tax year is April to April, you've got to have your taxes in by December for that year. It's weird how they work it, like, but you know. You know,
yeah, as a self-employed, you have to file quarterly.
That's right.
And submit your estimated tax payments to them.
We still do 12 months every year, self-employed. Just for everybody, 12 months, year to year. Oh, you need to catch up a bit.
Okay, Steve.
Refresh you.
Here's your little bunny floofies you're going to get.
Oh, your little fluffs.
All right, what are we putting in this thing?
Were you going to go Malone? Or were you just going to... No, you put that on the other one, didn't you? Watermelon.
Yeah, I put in the other one and... I don't have enough for a full tank in this one.
Well, not in the boat, you won't.
No, because it's going to plow through it.
Yeah.
Paul mixed this up last time he was on our show.
Oh, and a sudden... Christ, how long you had that, Stephen?
Southern Blast. The nick in it is throaty. Flavor combination is a southern tropical type mix. All right, we'll give it a try. I don't even remember what's in there. Papaya or what?
Was that not the one where you said you were going to put papaya in it? I'm sure there was the one where you said it could have done with some papaya.
No, the Hunky's Hawaiian Punch I wanted to add papaya to.
Ah, that's the one, wasn't it? That's right. Speaking of tanks, did I tell you that I fixed me Osiris? Look, it's fixed. Leak-free. Fucking tremendous. Love this tank. Absolutely love it. Dodgy O-ring. Job done. Fixed. Fantastic.
Paint your wicks down to make sure that it's not going to get caught in the threads.
Oh, yes. That's a world of pain if you go in there, because if it locks up, you're fucked.
But it's easy enough to do.
Oh, yeah. Mmm. That's gorgeous. gone there. It's gone there. What have I got left in that? That's that. That could probably go in a dripper. And that could probably go in a dripper. Look at that. That's all that's left of me rum and raisin. It's just a little drag in the bottom now. That's dripper material. That. It's going in the dripper. A little drag in the bottom. Holy shit. Can I just make a slight observation here?
Yes, sir.
You know how I said our feed in YouTube was blurry?
Yeah.
So for some reason, I don't know if it's because you've switched that camera, your table cam stuff is crystal clear.
Should have nothing to do with Ninja. The replay is crystal clear.
The actual YouTube feed, you know, like I said, it was a bit blurry before, but it's just gone crystal clear on your desktop cam, your down cam.
Oh, I don't know.
Clear as a bell.
I'm going to fix that.
That's so weird. Everybody's sharp as a tack. You're right, mate. Heading out 8 years ago, vaping was already advanced, but look where we are now compared to 8 years ago. Fuck. We have moved along. Big tile. Hey, Gan. He's back to normal. He's back to his face cam. You see his face again. What happened there?
I was working on a little special effect where I could switch between cameras, and I disabled this camera here for the other one, and that one's actually on the bottom. So that should enable me to turn cameras on and switch between them. And unfortunately, this is one of the scenes where I do not have the ability to specify one must always be on, because the special effect that we play sits over top of it. So when that would come on, the camera would disappear, and that's not what you want.
No. Interesting.
So that is back to normal. I can turn off studio mode, and this can get moved back here.
Yeah, you're tweaking about. He's tweaking again, boys and girls. He's having a tweak. There we go. Everything back to normality.
Ah, there you go.
Happy days.
So now we have the beautiful bulk all completely done up.
The wonderful
and we're going to throw that on the THOR.
THOR. Dun, dun, dun. Marvel Comics, isn't it?
New coil, yes. Man, that screen is very dim.
Isn't it? Is there not near brightness control in the menu?
There's no menu. 1 click, 2, 3.
Isn't there a combination of fire button and one of the up and down buttons, perhaps?
I don't want to toast that cotton I just put in there. No, they don't do nothing. 3 clicks changes your modes. That's it.
plus and minus together.
I tried
They
4
do
clicks. I
anything?
tried 5 clicks. 3 clicks cycles through the menu options for the mod. Between wattage, temperature control for this metal, that metal, bypass, and then back to wattage.
That's an odd one. That's a weird one. Oh, that's just, you can't adjust that.
It works though.
That's not the one I wanted. I think Vape THOR too. I'm just seeing if there's anything in there for it. A menu. Nothing down there. Nothing there.
It's kind of a throaty liquid.
There.
Yeah, take a look at that recipe.
What milligrams do you think it is? Like a 6?
It's definitely at least a 6. And it feels like it's got some ice in there too, some cooling.
Ice in it?
Southern Blast.
Those disposable tanks Kenny sent on the mod will make a good beta mod setup. Yeah.
I disappeared.
Oh.
So there you go. Here's the recipe for Southern Blast. We have wild blueberry from TPA, citrus punch, which is a Mountain Dew. That's the primary at 6%. There is WS23 in here at 0.5%. Key lime, 0.5%. Strawberry red touch from Flavor Art at 3%. 0.25 of super sweet. And 0.5 of sweet tangerine.
Ah. You're not getting none of it.
No, the throatiness is distracting. Soon as you inhale it, your throat feels that nick.
Yeah.
And that's my fault for having old freebase laying around. But you can't tell by the color.
No, it looks okay. The color looks good.
So if I would have put a salt in there, that would eliminate that characteristic to it.
Yeah.
The cooling is definitely present. You feel it throughout your entire your mouth.
Mm.
I'm also trying to work past that dry burn taste in my coil. You know when you dry burn your coils and you don't actually rinse them off again before you wick them?
Yeah.
You got that off taste to it. Takes about a half a tank to get past it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Hey.
But you're right. I'm not really getting any of those individual characteristics. I kind of get it's a citrus, but it feels more like a tropical blend, and that's probably because of the citrus and the strawberry and the key lime mixing together. I'm not really getting this wild blueberry.
3%, no.
And that sweet tangerine's not really present. That's just kind of distracting you from the citrus punch formulation, so it's not a recognizable Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
It's like a tropical blend. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not bad. It's just not as flavorful as I would expect it to be for having 14% flavoring.
Wow.
Wayne was saying something that he kind of alluded to but didn't really go into very much detail into. But he's like, if I release a recipe and it's got 75% flavoring in it, I just want you to know that there's a commercial e-liquid manufacturer out there selling an e-liquid, probably for a pod system, where they're making it with 75% flavoring.
Fuck. 75? Ooh.
I can't imagine that. Even with Darren's flavors ingredients. 25%, and that's punchy flavor. I've had some of his stuff that is like 30%. I can't imagine it at 75%.
It'll be like drinking it. Not vape, just drink it. Oh dear. Odd.
All right, so now the real test I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this tank off that we just wicked, the bulk, because it's essentially a freshly re-wicked tank. And you get those off notes at it for that first half of a tank. I'm going to put the stock Falcon King on there.
The mod's performing well, isn't it? That's the thing, isn't it?
To test and see how that mod performs. We're running that at 80 watts. So let's turn this thing up to 80 watts.
Come on. We can see it just.
Just barely. We'll try this sucker out.
Probably.
Yes, new coil. Says check atomizer.
Really?
0.32.
Oh.
Well, yeah, this is supposed to be a 0.33, so.
Oh, it's finally fired it.
The flavors are all there. It's changed maybe 5% from what it was on this mod. But the profile is still present. Sweetness is still there.
Sometimes, like, I remember some of the older mods, they weren't very accurate for coil reading and fire, and some of them wouldn't fire the proper 80 watts what you'd set it at. You know what I mean? There was a few mods around the time that weren't pushing the full 80 watts into the coils. Well, that was a design fault or whatever, safety feature, I don't know.
It was the accuracy of the chip and measuring the resistance and the table that they put in for it to fire at.
That's right, yeah.
Love allergies.
Like you could set a mod at 80 watts and you'd think it's not hot enough, and then you'd bump it to 85, and then boom, it would be fucking champion. You're like, okay.
Sigelli was good for that, but Sigelli also had another problem where I don't know what kind of pulse width modulation they tried to use in there to get you your 80 watts, but the flavor would be destroyed on their mods.
Oh.
I could pull it off of the shelf back here. It's the one that looks like a walkie-talkie. I put this tank on there, and it'll destroy that flavor.
That's not bad.
And I don't know why. And it's not like, you know, I bump it an extra 10 watts to get it so it works the proper way. You can go 10 watts lower, you can go 10 watts higher, and it still won't give you that flavor profile like any other mod does. Something in that 80 watts is different, and I don't have a scope to put it on to see what it's doing.
See where it's going, yeah.
Is it bouncing up and down too fast? Or, you know, how's it doing it?
Could be bouncing up and down. The gaps between the modulation could be too wide. You know, you just don't know, do you?
So, I mean, that looks good, especially when you match it with a tank that goes with it. Yeah. But the problem I have is if I turn this and tighten this all the way down, it says check atomizer.
Ah.
So the 510 pin that they used is too short, and now it must be grounding out. But if I loosen it just a little bit,
it'll fire.
Maybe. Five times to unlock it. New coil.
Bastard.
Yes.
Oh, jeez. That's not good when you've got your tank like loose on the top. Like
so I tightened it back down, but I didn't crank on it. It's back to working like it's supposed to.
Yeah.
0.34 it read this time. So if you pick it up for 20 quid, it's still worth as a backup.
Yeah. New Pit says, Alex, do you have Brazilian coffee by SC? Wonder Flavors is a great coffee flavor. Brazilian coffee by SC. That's a question from Neil.
ELR's being finicky.
Oh no.
Yes, I do.
No. Oh, there you go.
Archimedes, hello and welcome.
Hello, Archimedes.
So one thing about this Brazilian coffee, as ELR points out, it is not DAP-free. It gives you the percentage of the flavors for the acetone. It also has furfural alcohol, which is a cancer-causing substance, at 0.036%. And it has acetaldehyde in there at 0.0015%.
Ouch.
Now, that's not going to stop me from using it, being that I was a cigarette smoker for fucking 3 decades. And the quantity that it's in the flavoring is so minute that if I put this into my e-liquid at like 0.5%, what am I actually getting exposed to? And is that more than I would get exposed to at a bus stop? When the bus pulls away and all that black soot comes out of the exhaust pipe.
Well, that's not like enough.
And I'm glad that I'm aware of what's in it, but that's not going to stop me from using that as a flavoring.
Well, at least you know that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Actually, I got a package in, so I am going to put you on and go pick up the package and take a loo break, and I will be right.
Oh, yeah, you can squeeze a lube break in, right? You're tired for some minute.
You'll get one in a moment.
See what I mean? You know what I mean? Look after number one, eh? You know what I mean? What's she like, yeah? I don't mind. I'm just trying to fuff on me bloody picture a bit, blokes and boys and girls, because I look like I look like a baboon's arse. I don't know why. I don't agree. Don't say I look, no. I just say I look like a baboon's arse. I don't want you to agree. 6-pack kid, you're just getting a package too. What's going on? Well, everybody getting Vape mail, like, wow. Nice to see you're all there splashing the cash, like, you know? Splashing the fondoolies. I haven't no due yet. I'm picky. I like to pick something when I want to buy or review. I don't just buy stuff for the sake of reviewing. I like to buy stuff that I'm going to use. Just like the Osiris. Notice when I got this, right? This Osiris, I was so looking forward to it. And when I got it, it leaked like a bitch. Honestly, it leaked and leaked and leaked, and I couldn't figure out. And what it turned out to be when it was new, and the O-ring was dry. When obviously with this catch thing, when I put the tank back on, I nicked the O-ring, and it was the smallest of nicks, and it just used to piss out. And I thought, shitey, and I put it on the shelf for a while, and I thought I'll get back to it, and I swapped the O-ring over, and touch good old wood, it's been good ever since, and I'm absolutely loving this thing. It's a cloud chucker, and the flavour is absolutely phenomenal of it. I just like the looks of this as soon as it came. And I've got the smaller one. I might get the smaller one eventually when it drops in price at the 25. But this guy, oh my God, I love it. Holy shit, it's good. It is good. I'm not gonna blow it out too much because I'll set the bloody smoke alarms off. Ooh, and I'll get wrong. As William Dobson knows, I will get wrong. And Alex knows, I was forever ever setting the smoke alarms off when I was vaping.
Always.
It didn't go down too well. Neil Pitts has got a link in chat for the recipe adapted that should the Brazilian coffee be in? Yeah, he's doing a recipe with the Brazilian coffee, so might have a look at that, sir. Brazilian coffee.
Big shout out to Bull City Flavors. Placed an order on Friday. Hunky V will get you 5% off, and you're still eligible for their free shipping at like $25 or whatever.
Oh. You do all right. Are they local to you, Bull City? Are they far away from you?
North Carolina.
North Carolina? Oh. Weird. Ooh, look at that. Goodies. Goodies. Oh, look at this, man. Look at the shitty buys. Look at it. When he places
Listen, when you guys post recipes and I'm missing something, I'm going to add it into my next order so that I can mix up your recipes.
Yeah, but it's never like 1 or 2 bottles to top it up. You always go to town. You buy in bulk. Holy moly.
It's not that many.
Oh, there is like.
So, one of the questions that I had was, Darren's Flavors have a rum and raisin that I use to make your rum and raisin liquid, right?
Yes.
The only other company that makes rum raisin flavor is Flavora.
Really?
So I ordered them. And you only had one choice, 10 ml bottle, so I got 2 of them. So I'm going to try and make your rum and raisin cookie. I'm going to make a batch using Flavors. And then I'm going to use a batch using Flavora. And that's the only thing I'm swapping out to see what they taste like.
See the difference in the actual rum and raisin flavor. The one you've done.
Is there any difference at all? Or is it just a strength difference in which I can adjust that? I can cut this back. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's what's left of the last one. I mean, as you can see,
It's a
went
good
down
liquid.
very well.
You know, if we ever get to the opportunity or to the stage where we can manufacture our own liquids, that is definitely one that's going to be for sale.
Oh, without a doubt.
It's a coil killer, but I don't care. It's an awesome flavor profile.
It would probably be a coil killer on a sub-ohm, but it's actually quite good on a rebuildable. It's all right.
Yeah. So then there's other flavors that I don't have in my repertoire that I had to add into it so I can make those recipes that we'll have. And we're going to do that today. Now that I've got these in, I can make the recipes. I think Neil Pitts posted a recipe. Now that I have the ingredients to make it. So we've got natural milk chocolate pudding from Wonder Flavors.
Oh, God, here we go.
Milk and honey.
Oh.
Natural Thai apple.
Oh, my lordy do.
Mild tobacco flavor.
Oh, you got a tobacco? Oh, he's put. Oh, look at his face on that one. Oh, I want a tobacco. Oh, no. Oh, you didn't look keen on that one, matey.
Natural mango.
Oh, very nice.
Indian mango. Cola.
Wow.
Butterscotch from Flavor Art.
Oh, butterscotch is nice.
I've got other butterscotch flavors, but I didn't have that one in particular, so they got added in, as well as dairy milk flavor.
Ooh.
And I can compare that to Darren's dairy milk. I've used that in a recipe before. RY4 double, another tobacco flavor.
Oh, 2 tobaccos. What's going on?
Honeysuckle.
Honeysuckle.
And TFA's cantaloupe.
Cantaloupe, Oh, 2 tobaccos. He's
just a
got
little
tobaccos.
flavor order.
He's got tobaccos in his inventory, boys and girls. Tobacco.
And this whole thing set me back 20 quid.
That's value for money, mate. That's really good value for money.
Between the coupon I had, the PayPal credit I had from a class action lawsuit that was settled, I placed this order. It cost me 20 quid.
That's brilliant. That's really good. 20 quid. Jesus, you've done well. Really well.
Yes. Very happy with my purchase. And there's been a bunch of stuff on there that I've wanted to order for a long time because somebody had submitted a recipe and says, oh, you ought to try mixing this. You ought to try mixing this. And I was missing 1 or 2 things. So I'm like, listen, the 1 or 2 things I'm missing, I have a notepad file on my desktop. I added it into that list. So next time I go to place an order because I absolutely need it or I have the cash extra laying around for it, well, guess what? I place all the order and I add all those flavors in there and build my inventory, and now I can mix up your recipes out there.
Well, Neil is saying he's up to 616 flavors. I think you're a little bit past him now.
Not by much.
Well, you must be over 800. Sure, you were over
724.
800. I thought you were at the 800 mark.
Nope.
Oh, make me some apple bourbon tobacco by Archimedes. Apple bourbon tobacco. Oh, don't go there with tobacco. He's not a fan.
Okay, so one of the ones that I wanted to mix up was Wayne's Obsidian Gold. I happened to catch his video on it the other day where he explains how he developed it and finally got to the point where he was like, you know what, I'm just releasing it. I've been working on it for 3 years. I've switched stuff up. I've changed it around a couple times. So this is his recipe for Obsidian Gold. And I placed the orders I could for it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Bull City Flavors did not have Flavor West pie crust. So I'm going to have to make it different. I'm going to have to use this and swap that one flavoring out because I don't have it and Bull City doesn't sell it. So I'm going to swap it out for Flavor Arts Biscotto Or there's another pie crust I have. The Purellum. I don't know. But it'll be nice for me to actually get a chance to mix this one up.
Butterscotch cookie. You've got cookie biscotto in there. Mango sunrise.
Neil Pitts made this one.
Hello. Now, I'm not sure how to pronounce that name, but he's from Guatemala. I'm not even going to try. Can you work that one, Alex?
Mada PvP.
Madu PvP. PvP. Guatemala. Welcome. Hello and welcome.
Yeah, so Neil Pitts submitted this recipe for us to try out. So I ordered the ingredients that I need for it because the one thing that I had missing was this mango. Alfonso Natural mango.
What on earth, Fagan? What on earth? There's Fagan there. Oh, dumb question. But can I take one of those nicotine urine test strips and drop e-liquid on to test if the e-liquid is zero nic or not? I don't know. What?
That's a good question because
It's
the
very
nicotine
odd.
test strip is going to test for nicotine conteens, which is a byproduct of nicotine being absorbed in the body and metabolized.
Ah.
I think it would
Made
work.
PvP. Yeah. Made PvP said name is Madeline and the nickname is Made plus Vaping. Gotcha. Well done.
Oh,
Thank you.
cool.
Well done, Madeline. That's cool. That's very good. Very good. Sorry, we actually thought, being from Guatemala could have been a name itself, but I love it. Hello and welcome.
Mark said, the vaping a zero nic right now, and I swear it doesn't taste like zero nic. That's a definite possibility. I've vaped some stuff that was tobacco-free nicotine, and it doesn't taste like any nicotine whatsoever. I didn't even get the effects of nic. Like, I was wondering, is this actually even a nicotine or a nicotine derivative?
You can always try, like, chain vaping it, see if you get a nick hit. Just chain it.
There's so much out there nowadays that never existed, a decade ago. And that's all because of the laws that were clamping down on it. So they quit, selling actual freebase nic, and then they started selling, the analog derivative of nic. So it was tobacco-free nicotine, which was actually nicotine, but it never came from a tobacco plant. But it was supposed to be the same nicotine molecule. And then they came out with this other stuff that is essentially vitamin B3, niacinamide based nicotine alternative.
I'll tell you what I enjoyed was I think Benny Vapes was using it as hybrid nic, bit of both, bit of base and salt. It's very nice.
I truly love that, making a combination of salt nic and freebase.
Yeah,
especially when you get some
hybrid,
older freebase that gets throaty and peppery. And you make up a 50-50 batch of freebase and salt nic?
You could do that. Why not? Why not try it?
Easy to do.
You can mix it. You can mix it probably like an E-liquid ratio. You could probably go on 70-31, or if you want the throaty bit down, go on a 60-40. You could do it. Exactly
you can mix it up at any percentage you want.
Yeah,
to dial in that throat hit.
Especially
or you could completely eliminate it and just use the freebase.
Yeah, but like I said, with the older stuff you've got lying about that's throaty, you can mix it in with the salt.
You can still use it up
to get that smooth.
It's not going to go to waste.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But I liked it. They did make it. It was nice. I think it was definitely 50-50 at the time, but obviously it was a manufactured mix. It wasn't a home mix, and it tasted. It done the job. It was really nice.
Yeah. So here's the recipe, and we're going to mix this up today. We'll give that a try. I just need to dig through my flavors that I just got in.
5.0 nic on a dual coil 0.12 80 watts. I swear it feels like there's nic in the liquid. Weird.
Yeah, that's one thing I haven't tried yet is that niacinamide-based nicotine substitute.
It's a matter of time, innit? I know this is unprofessional, and you're going to have to excuse me, but I do need a toilet break, so I'm just going to quickly nip off, and
It's
I'll
your
be back
turn.
as soon as I can. But I can
It's
hear
your
you,
turn.
so don't worry. I can still hear you, so I'll be in tune with what you're saying.
Yeah, that was the same for me, dude. I went downstairs into the kitchen, grabbed my wife a Dr. Pepper. She was sitting on the recliner downstairs, and she's like, "You got a second to grab me a Dr. Pepper?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." And I still heard everything through the Bluetooth. That's the wonderful thing about having an external antenna for your computer for Bluetooth and having these devices. I can legit be downstairs in the kitchen and still hear and stay connected on the Bluetooth. But here's the missing flavor to make this recipe. So I guess I'm going to roll the random recipe bumper so we have a timestamp, and then we'll mix this thing up. And just like that, we've gone back to the actual recipe we have for us today. It's not a random recipe. It's a recipe that Neil Pitt submitted. And I finally got the ingredient in to complete this recipe. So here we have. We need Capella's Juicy Orange.
I'm back.
We have the brand new one we got today, Wonder Flavors Mango Alfonso. We have Sweet Tangerine from Capella.
Ooh,
and then
very
all
nice.
we need to round this recipe out is a little bit of super sweet.
I'll tell you what it is, mind. Even though I can still hear you on the Bluetooth, it's a good job I haven't got a microphone, because that would have sounded like bloody Niagara Falls. God damn it.
Could be worse.
I did hear you. Oh, you said you went and got your wife a drink and all that shit. I still hear you. Brilliant, man. Awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome being on in the kitchen and still hearing you, still staying connected to it.
Yeah.
It would cut out every couple seconds for just a half a second, but I mean, whatever.
Oh, man.
All right, so this recipe, we start off with juicy orange, and we need 1/4 gram for juicy orange.
God, I love
It's
that.
one of those flavorings that I don't taste right off the bat. Usually takes me a good while before I can taste this. Smells like an orange.
Oh, Brian Ferguson, I'm back. Did he go? Is he back? Where's he been? Where you been, Brian?
Perfect. Now we're going to try this brand new mango we just got in today. And as I like to do with some new flavorings when I first open it up.
Are you doing a knuckle on it as well? Are you going to try a knuckle test on that?
Yeah.
Or will it,
This smells like a bowl of mangoes that are fully ripe. Just sitting here squeezing the bottle a little bit to get the aroma out.
I don't envy you for that, mate, Brian. He's got too much paperwork to catch up on. I don't envy you that at all, mate. You can crack on with that.
Wow. This grabs the essence of a mango if you've ever sliced into a mango and tried to eat it right off of the rind, you know how you have to score it? And then you get some of that pith, some of that unmatured mango.
Yeah.
That greenish version of a mango. That's what the knuckle test tastes like. But there is a hint of sweet mango in there. So it's interesting. 0.3 is what we're going to try and do for this.
You do want an off mango flavor. That's the last thing you want to do.
But none of the mangoes I've ever tried on the knuckle test taste like a juicy mango or a sweet mango. They're too concentrated.
I'm going to do this for Brian. He's done his taxes. His taxes are done and filed.
Congratulations.
Brian has done his taxes. He's got his taxes in. Well done, sir. That must be a mare.
Sweet tangerine. Man, is this a potent odor of a tangerine.
Is that good?
0.18.
Why, oh, why does that keep doing that? That's good. That's
some super
good.
Sweet.
That's good. Good old super sweet. The magic's that is the magic sauce to me, like, because it just they can just change.
3 drops plus 1 on the scale.
You can just
that's
change
why I was 0.11 and then
so nice.
This one you can see
so
right
good.
there.
It's so good.
Something else I was interested to find out, a lot of the commercial manufacturers no longer go with just super sweet. They're using a blend of super sweet and neotame, which Capella sells as extra sweet.
Ah.
And that's because you go from super sweet, which is 600 times more potent than sugar. Neotame is 6,000% more potent than sugar.
That would be that'd be fucking
so
sick as
you
fuck,
could put
that.
0.5% of this in, and then put 0.1% in of the neotame. It's a cost-saving measure for them, not necessarily an intention to give you a sweeter product.
So is it cheaper than super sweet? Is it a cheaper version of it?
It is more expensive, but when you factor in that it is 100 times more potent, it's actually cheaper for commercial makers
using less.
to use it.
Using less.
Use less of it.
Actually using less.
But if you just use neotame, you can kind of tell that the sweetener's got some kind of off note to it. But when you blend it and you put half as much super sweet in and augment the rest with neotame, then you can't tell that off note because you're getting the familiar sweetness and you're getting the other taste buds that are even more sweetened than this. And it's a cost-saving measure, nothing more.
Really?
We don't look at it from that perspective when we're mixing little tiny batches like for ourselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, like when you're mixing bulk batches, then it is going to be cost-effective.
But that is a valuable piece of information. If you're trying to replicate a commercial e-liquid and you're close but you're not quite there, try taking the sweetener that you have and substituting out half of it for neotame for extra sweet instead of super sweet. And that might get you to where you need to be.
Yeah, Brian has said that you can test the juice with the nicotine test strip. Says it does work. I suppose it would. If it's looking for nicotine, it'll find it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it all depends on what it's sensitive to. And theoretically, I mean, when you're buying this stuff for cheap on Amazon, it's probably very indiscriminate about the type of nicotine it finds.
Yeah. Henningham was asking any particular brands to do that extra super sweet. I don't know. I've never seen
Capella has an extra sweet that's essentially neotame, Or you could make your own. You could order a jug of Neotame. I've got a little packet of it. It's like 100 grams of Neotame. And I can take that and put it into a beaker with some propylene glycol. That's one of the things I need to order, is one of those heated beakers like Wayne has with the magnetic stirrer in the bottom.
Oh, the heated beakers.
Just to get it to fully dissolve in the PG. And then I could bottle my own if you didn't want to buy Capella's Extra Sweet.
Got yeah. Might be cheaper as well. I mean, to make yourself, as like everything is nowadays.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, if you bought 100 gram of that and you made yourself a 120 ml bottle of it, you'd never, ever go through that whole thing.
So is that kind of the ratio? 100 grams would make 120 mil, yeah? Or can you
I
mix
don't
and
know.
match?
I'd have to do the math to figure out the actual percentage.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you may make 120 mil and you may find out that the one drop coming out of here that you would add to a bottle to replace half of the super sweet you would put in, which is only like 3 drops, might actually not be thin enough. You might actually have to split this between 220 ml bottles and then fill it up again with PG again to get a drop that you can use, a single drop, to finish sweetening your e-liquid.
Got you, yeah.
But off the top of my head, I don't know the math behind it.
Well, you could probably do it. I mean, if you can mix it yourself, you could probably do it to your own strength anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can make it a 10%, a 5%, a 1% solution. However you want to do it.
Yeah.
But as sweet as that is, I don't think this would be enough. You would have to make multiple ones of these. I don't know exactly how much they're using when they make their extra sweet. I know I bought it, I tried it, and I've tasted that as a sweetener on a single flavor test, and I tasted this on a single flavor test. This one, you can sit there and just, throw it on your thing and lick it like a lollipop. And it's just sweet.
Yeah, very sweet, sickly sweet.
You get a finish on the back end that is kind of a artificial flavor, but it's not like if you were to take and sprinkle saccharin on your finger and then taste it. That is definitely artificial sweetener.
Yeah.
But this is so ubiquitous in our foods and our diet sodas and stuff, in some of the bakeries even, that you don't notice that off flavor as being off-putting. It's just not true when you're trying to make something as a flavor profile that's recognizable.
Like I say, I find like them artificial sweeteners, like for your coffee and that, they've got a horrible after bitter taste. They're fucking awful. Oh.
Yeah, this aftertaste isn't bitter, but it's definitely a artificial sweetener flavor.
Yeah.
Chemically kind of flavor.
That's the one, yeah. Damn.
1.6 of PG.
Boom. Job's a good, sir. Job is a good end, as they say. Yabba dabba doo. Ah, it's so good, that.
I like the smell of it. It's still very potent mango, like a concentrated mango. So we need 8.8 grams of VG to complete this.
Ew, get in there, my son. Let's have a look at this thing. It's just don't let it touch. Doopy doopy doo, doopy doopy doo.
And this is something else I tell everybody all the time. If you're DIY mixing and you haven't tasted your VG, taste your VG.
Give it a go. Probably pleasantly surprised.
And understand that it is inherently sweet by itself. And it's very interesting because I just had some of that super sweet on my finger and I put some of this VG on there and I can taste how much extra sweetness comes from this VG because there was still some on my finger that it blended with.
Really? Oh, God. That's awesome.
It's a shame you can't translate that into a vape, an unflavored vape. An unflavored vape is not sweet enough to enjoy it by itself.
Got ya.
And it doesn't give you that right mouthfeel. Remember how we were talking about earlier about how you want a juicy, wet mouthfeel?
That's the one.
You don't get that from an unflavored vape. Because what are you going to salivate for? Just the sweetness, the fake sweetness that you put in it?
Got ya.
All right, so there we have our completed recipe.
Hangnams hate it when they put way too much coolant in the 3 milligram free base versions. I'm not a fan of too much coolant. I can deal with it in disposables and stuff, but on commercial juices, like you said, it's way over the top. It's fucking yuck. It's horrible.
This one's just for you, Kenny.
Oh. That looks pretty cool, that one. I like that. New Oxbar one, eh? Very nice. We can't get that shit over here. What's going on with our market? It's pathetic.
5 levels of Nick.
Exactly. Look at the
1,
advancement. That
2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, 5's got to be 50 milligrams. It's got to be.
5 is instant Nick Buzz.
Yeah, it's got to be 50 milligram.
It is.
I would say if 5, say 5's 50, say 3 would maybe be 25-ish. Hop 25.
Listen, on the other one, it was you had 10 milligram essentially, 30 milligram, and 50 milligram.
Yeah. 5 there, so.
This one is probably 50 milligram, 40 milligram, 35 milligram, 30 milligram, maybe 25 on the first level.
Yeah.
It is more
possibly
potent than the Nick switch.
Really? Wow. I don't think
I mean, if you got a smoker that's trying to quit, you're going to need a higher Nick level than what you and I use after 5 years of not smoking.
That's what would be perfect for somebody who's just quitting. Get yourself up there to max Nick and then just weed yourself down on that device.
Yeah.
Job's a good one.
But listen, I've been the first couple tokes I took it at a full strength, right? Since then, I've had it on 1. This thing, I don't see how it's going to last 50,000 puffs. No way.
It doesn't look big enough, does it?
I've only used it for like 2 days, and I'm down to 81%.
Holy shit.
And this isn't my daily drag. I'm waiting till I actually get a feedback from my wife on the one she's going to use. It's a sexy strawberry. There's the box.
That's the one she's got, yeah. 50,000 is probably pushing a bit for the size of it.
And especially when you take a look at the fact. Look at the size difference.
I mean, maybe, like I say, when you get through it, maybe it's worth taking it apart and just seeing.
I'm going to.
What's in, what it's claiming to do.
This is 50,000. That's 30,000.
I mean,
I don't think so.
I'm trying to think where they would put the tank to make to the juice. I mean, what would you see roughly the juice you would need to have 50,000 vapes? It's got to be a fucking bit.
This one is 20,000 or 25,000, whatever it was. I think it was 20,000. Okay. Then they came out with this one. That's 30,000. All right. Then they took that same one and they switched what the coils were doing. So instead of adjusting your ice, you got to adjust your nick. And you could legit turn the nick off Just like you could turn the ice off in the other one. Right? Now they come out with this one, and they said that one's 50,000.
See, I mean, this one here, right? This here is a Lost Mary, right? This is a 6,000. You can see the tank on the side. That's how much juice I've got left. That's the size of the tank, and that's for 6,000. That's like taking up a quarter of the mod. That tank is taking up at least a quarter of the size of the mod, because the width of the tank is here, where my finger is here, because it slides on. So from here all the way around to there is the tank, and that's just for a 6,000 puff mod. So how the fuck are you going to get 50,000 out of that?
I don't know. There's only a 900 milliamp hour battery in this one too. I think the other one was 1100 milliamp hour battery.
Can't remember what was in this one, but
so we'll find out. I will eventually take that apart. I've recycled these ones and I've taken them apart before. And basically what you have is you have a tank on the top, you have a tank on the bottom, and the tank on the bottom was the ice and it was the nick. And they're probably doing the same thing here, but instead of letting you completely turn off the nick, they probably have 3 coils set up in here, 2 for your flavor, 1 for your nick control. Or maybe there's 4 coils in this one.
This one here is thinking about the environment, because when you finish with this, you click that bottom corner, and look at that. You can take the battery out and throw it away.
You know what we didn't put in this? Secret sauce.
Secret sauce. Yeah, that's what I was really impressed about with that. When you come to throw that away, you can take the battery out and just throw the body away, and that's totally recyclable. And you can just keep the battery and recycle the battery separate. Not cool.
0.62.
No, I can't get the fuck out. What the hell?
To get a 6% solution.
Neil Pitt's friend Helen hit a cherry cola disposable. Almost dropped him at 5%. Nick made his head spin. These are 20.
I don't like about some of these disposables.
Try a 20.
Their nick is so strong.
It is. Archimedes says they're all made in China. Why? He says, why do we trust anything China says? Well, considering just about every vape product comes out of China, I suppose we've got to trust them.
It isn't just the vape stuff. I mean, yeah, they make 99% of the vapes on the planet. Yeah. But I mean, everything comes from there. The graphics cards, your CPU parts, your TVs, your monitors, your radios, your alarm clocks, everything comes from there.
Exactly. So
you can hate on China all you want, but the fact is, most of the shit you buy, especially if you're only buying stuff from Walmart, that's where it all comes from.
Yeah, China.
Once in a while, you might find something made in Vietnam or Taiwan or some of these other countries, but
many years ago, you used to have made in Hong Kong. Hong Kong was a big manufacturer in its day. Everything comes from over there. Everything. Your games consoles, I think being Alex said before, your PlayStations, you know, your Nintendos, all Chinese and Japanese.
My favorite is when most of the time you look at shit that's made in the USA and you examine it, you open it up, you look at the board that they put inside these things, inside your alarm clock or whatever, and it says right on the board, made in China.
Yeah.
Most of the computers, like HP computers, are made in China, but they insert the battery and they package the laptop when they do here in the United States.
Yeah.
That is to avoid import duties because they're importing parts, not a completed unit.
Yeah.
They complete the unit here in the United States, so they don't have to pay the
Like you
tariff.
said, it's just like you said, they assemble all the stuff in the US, but you'll see inside, like you said, when you rip stuff open, made in China.
And that was one of the things that really irritated me as a computer repair guy that, owns a shop that does computer repairs. Whenever I buy the parts to build people's computers, I'm buying all finished parts. The graphics card is finished in a retail package. Everything I buy, the motherboard, the memory, the hard drives, are all finished products that all have import taxes on it. I can't compete with mega corporations like HP that have them assemble the whole thing over there and then import it and then insert the power supply and then box it. I can't compete with big companies.
No. But the big companies do find the loopholes, don't they, to get away with, like you said, import tax and all that stuff. They always find the loopholes anyway. That's what they like.
All right, Neil. You got something that tastes real good on the knuckle on the shake.
Could it be a steeper, though, would you say? Or is it off?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think this is going to be a shake and vape.
That'd be good. You haven't done a shake and vape for a while.
Yeah.
What you putting it in? What's your idea?
It's just the drop.
There you go, boys and girls. He's putting in the drop. He likes his drops.
Listen, they were cheap. I picked them up on clearance when they came out with the latest version of it. I think I only paid $15 a piece for them. I was only able to get 3 of them at that price.
But they're still a decent idea, though, aren't they?
They do the job.
Yeah.
They are not like the best flavor tank. For that, I would say that I would use the Bushido as one of my best ones to flavor test stuff.
Oh, yes. Without a doubt, that's a belter.
But they're quick and easy to rewick and juice up. And it works, like a treat. Don't need 60 watts. 40 should be plenty.
There you go. Henningham said iPhones are designed in California, assembled in China. Yeah. Boom, bada boom.
Mango Sunrise. I think you got a winner, Neil.
Good. Good, set.
I'm gonna have to use this for a while and find out what the mouthfeel is like.
Oh dear.
If you're looking for a simple mango recipe, this is it.
Does the job. Does the job, yeah?
Doesn't have, like complex nuanced flavors or anything. It's a medium with mango profile.
Yeah, as long as it tastes nice, it does the job.
If I was mixing this up for myself personally, the only thing I would do, because I don't have a lot of luck tasting this until like a month later, I would swap this out for Vape Train Australia's Orange Tang.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
I think that would enhance the sweet tangerine and give you more recognizable orange flavor in the recipe. But that's just me. I've never had much luck with juicy orange. Not on a shake. I've made just orange flavor. I've single flavor tested that before.
Yeah.
And for me, I think it was like 8%. And even at 8%, it was kind of lackluster. I revisited a month later, and that 8% was definitely a juicy orange.
Uh-huh.
But like the Orange Tang, Vape Train Australia Orange Tang, 8% of that, I could use that as an e-liquid, and it, to me, tastes like Sunkissed soda, orange soda. It's that orangey and that easily sweetened.
Yeah.
1% of super sweet, 8% Vape Train Australia Orange Tang. Job done.
Neil said he was thinking about using orange cream flavor.
I could see that. Yeah. I really like that mango, that natural Alfonso mango from Wonder Flavors.
Picking that
Makes
up
me want to
nicely,
revisit my pineapple orange mango e-liquids and swap out that mango for this one. My POG recipes. My wife used to love those. I mean, she's not using, rebuildables or anything. She's just exclusively disposables for the most part now.
Makes sense for what you do. It's ease of use and just out and about. So,
and this is the exact reason I need to go and do this flavors diary. And it's literally not going to be whether I get viewers or don't get viewers or whatever, but I need to actually single flavor test everything I have so that I can create lists of what's the best mango, in my opinion. What's the best strawberry? What's the best apple? Which apple do I want to use if I want to get a juicy, meaty apple as compares to a crisp, fresh apple?
Well,
because once I get that understanding, it's going to be a lot easier to develop recipes on my own.
It's kind of makes sense because, like say, every company that will have the same flavor in, like say, apple, they'll all have a different taste or flavor or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's like 30 some different kinds of apples you can have in the world.
That's what I'm saying.
Washington, Red Delicious. You've got green apples. You've got tart green apples like Granny Smith. And they're completely different once you cook them down.
Golden Delicious. I used to love Golden Delicious. Oh, God. They taste like a pear. Beautiful.
Who is it? Makes a Golden country apple. Is it Purellum Country Apple? Fantastic apple pie. But it's missing, like, if you're going to make an apple pie out of Granny Smith apples, you still need that kind of lingering sour green apple flavor.
Yeah. Granny
so you
Smith's
can't just use that in a pie crust and call it a day. But it's not that much of a stretch for you to take Purellum's Country Apple as your base for your apple pie filling. And then you put a little bit of caramel or Wonder Flavors caramel butter in there. Put some green apple in there. Maybe even some candy apple from TFA to build that apple profile for the filling. And throw it into a pie crust and you're done. You got an apple pie. Or you could take some churro or what's that other flavoring and use that to try and make a Macca's apple pie like you got sent. Give you that fried crust.
Oh, that was amazing. That. I wish you could get some of that over this again because honestly, I could have drank that now with vaped. It was bloody gorgeous. Nailed it. Beautiful.
I really like this the way it sits.
Good. Very nice shake and vape then.
And it doesn't require a lot of sweetener.
Weird, eh?
It's not weird. He's got a good combination of flavorings that don't compete with each other. They have overlapping characteristics in the flavor profile, and you get a holistic vape that's not overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So many recipes I've mixed up, random recipes I've mixed up on my own, just trying stuff and playing with things. And it's not so necessarily a muddled mess as much as it is there's too much shit going on inside your liquid. You can't latch on to a primary flavor profile and then supplementary.
It's that kind of old prodigy, isn't it? It's like that old prodigy. Just keep it simple and it'll work. You know what I mean? And that, I suppose that could work with recipes as well.
This recipe works.
Yeah. It's simple. What's it got?
This recipe works exactly the way it sits.
4 ingredients, and the job's done. You don't have to complicate it. You don't have to make it complex. 4 ingredients.
And you know what? I don't need to taste that juicy orange at its full blossom.
Yeah.
That lackluster orange recognition of a juicy orange is enough as a complementary flavoring to tie the bridge between the tangerine and the mango. I love it.
Yeah. And it's simple. That's the beauty of it. This fucker's pissing me off now.
And the other thing, I don't know if you've ever noticed this before, but when you go and you try an e-liquid, there are some that you love right off the bat, but they get boring after a day or two. It's like, you can't use that as an all-day vape. And then you get other ones like this one when you mix it up and you vape it and it's like, yeah, this is okay. But the more you vape it, the more you really like it. And the more it satisfies your craving for a full flavor profile that's simple.
News just in. According to a bastard, Kenny is far too happy. Quick, everyone zap him. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Okay, we can do that.
Hi, you bastard. Nice to see you. I don't mind. Zap away. Spin, zap, whatever. Oh, Mallory's having Mallory's in there, is she? Oh, I remember that, Mal. I'll remember that, Mallory. I will remember. Well, I'll try. Hold on, Simonson in.
How did we do this, dude? It's a 4 hours and we've already completed our random recipe. We've already done everything. We haven't done the pet picks, but Maggie's sleeping, Lucy's downstairs, so I'm not even worried about doing that right now.
Some weeks it just clicks. It just works. Some weeks, you know what I mean? Some weeks it just doesn't.
All right, well, let's look at the other recipes. Let's make another one.
Yeah. We have another one. Get one done.
Because that wasn't the only one that I mixed up.
Well, you may as well put your new flavors to good use.
Neil Pitts made a Nutter Butter V2. I say we mix this up today since I ordered that milk chocolate pudding.
Yes, you were looking forward to doing that one, if I remember correctly.
Recipe 2 from our order today.
Recipe 2. Get it down. More recipes. Yes, Neil, more recipes. Ooh, Mallory said
Natural
you want to make a sweet
milk
peach
chocolate
tea.
pudding.
Mallory said you want to try a sweet peach tea. I think she put a link in it before.
Yeah, I saw you published that one. We'll check that out next. We got an hour.
Yeah, got plenty of time.
So these are all super concentrates. Fantastic. They're all right here. So let's start with peanut butter buttercream.
What's that? Okay. Where's the super sweet? How much super sweet is in there? 0.75. Holy shit.
That ain't that much. We had 1% in the last one.
No, but hey, bastard, when that looks like a lot of super sweet thing of our poor coils. Just clean them more, mate. I'll have a quick look at Mallory's here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's a nice simple one, buddy. That's like a four ingredient.
Okay, SSA clotted cream and Cornish cream.
Oh, now you're talking. Creams. You're talking my language.
Yeah. Wonder Flavors crispy wafer.
Nutty Buddy.
I've had this one the longest. You can tell by the bottle. I originally ordered that from Nick River.
Ah.
And I've never used this one before. That smells real good.
Interesting.
I get some dappy characteristics. I definitely get the image of a crispy wafer. There's some vanilla characteristics to it. Ooh, that looks good. All right. Honey roasted peanuts.
Honey roasted peanuts.
And dark chocolate ice cream. We got our pudding and then Purellum super sweet. Job done. Need a bottle.
Now you're talking, Mr. Bastard. Scones, butter, strawberry jam, clotted cream, a cup of tea. You're talking my language there, buddy lad. You're talking my language.
Maximum vape, please.
All right, we started off with our secret sauce. Hit that one on the head. Tear that out. Now we're going to start off with our buttercream. Peanut butter buttercream. 0.3.
That just sounds so nice by Mr. A Bastard. Scones, butter, strawberry jam, clotted cream with a cup of tea. Oh, tea, toast and marmalade. You're making me hungry now, mate. You need to pack it in. God damn it.
SSA's clotted cream.
Oh, clotted cream.
Mm-hmm. Reminds me of the Hungarian palacinta with the turos in it.
Kind of beat a bit of clotted cream, especially Cornish.
It's basically
cream,
cottage cheese with sugar and cream. Oh, delicious. 0.15.
It's so good. It's so bloody good, mate. Tea, toast, and marmalade. You get very English, isn't he? Scones, butter, strawberry jam, clotted cream, and a cup of tea, followed by some tea, toast, and marmalade. Yeah, very English.
Cornish cream.
That's the beauty of Cornwall. Does do some nice clotted creams and creams and Cornish ice cream. Oh, and the Cornish pasty. Oh lordy, do that is just heaven.
Bang on. Crispy wafer. I love Nick Rivers bottles before they quit selling flavor.
Nice bottles on them. Label's really cool.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, 0.16. This is the other reason I love it. The tube that comes out of here creates the perfect size droplet.
I just got the very nice thin nib on the end, on it.
Perfect. Honey roasted peanuts.
Yeah, me too.
.05.
Go on, be a devil. One more. Get it in there. Get it in.
Dark chocolate ice cream.
Your new flavor.
No, I've had this one before. That's what she tastes like.
Yeah. Ah.
.07.
Looking close. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Come on, baby.
Okay. And now our brand new milk chocolate pudding.
Ah, that's the one. Milk chocolate pudding. Excuse me.
Damn, that does smell like a chocolate pudding.
Really?
You open up a box of Jell-O, throw it in a bowl, add your milk, whip it up, and it's got that dairy characteristics to it as well.
A dairy chocolate? Ooh.
Oh, man. 0.15.
Ooh.
I want a single flavor test this one. I could freaking vape chocolate pudding on its own.
Neil has said he's got sassafras, raw sarsaparilla, raw VSO, and he's going to try and do a real flavored root beer with it. Ooh.
Ooh.
Sarsaparilla. God. Sarsaparilla tablets. They were sweet what I used to have. Sarsaparilla tablets were gorgeous.
Super sweet. 0.08.
0.08. Charge me.
Perfect.
Oh, bang on there.
1.3.
You're getting good at this, mate. You're getting the bang on. What's going on? Have you been practicing?
No more than usual.
Boom. Oh, what can we say here? He's on the ball, a day, like. Huh?
8.83.
Let's see how we're going with this one. Boom, 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 boom. Give it a shake. Shake that thing. Shake that thing. Yeah. Neil was saying with the creams it may need. He said with the creams it may need at least 7 days to steep with the creams in it.
I get that.
Yeah.
Especially the clotted cream. Cornish cream.
Oh, yes. Sounds all good then. I could probably single flavour taste. I could probably do them on their own. Cottage cream and close. Ooh, God, yeah.
But for that to be a Nutter Butter and for it to outdo what Wayne put together on the fly, This one needs a label.
Good
We're going to
old-fashioned
revisit this one
maple.
next week.
Yeah, you gotta let that steep a bit.
I am going to
Definitely
knuckle test
let
it
that
today,
be
though.
It's gotta be a steeper. A little testy on the knuckle, eh? Look at the face on that. You can tell.
You nailed it. The Nutter Butter filling, I taste it right away. That
Really?
crispy
Wow.
wafer gives you just enough of a cookie sensation to recognize it as a Nutter Butter.
Holy fuck.
We're going to revisit this in a week. And I'm going to remix Wayne's recipe. And we're going to compare it side by side next week. I think this won.
That'd be cool. At the one.
The question's going to become, is the cream's going to become too strong next week?
Can't even have enough cream, mate. You can never have
On a
enough
shake, that is bang on.
cream. Yeah, but you know, a shake and a vape, there's sometimes a little bit of a difference.
Dude.
He looks a happy puppy with that one.
I am so that right there. That right there made the whole order for flavors today worth it by itself. Just that one flavoring. That milk chocolate pudding, natural from Wonder Flavors. Perfect.
But Neil says after a bit of steep time, he says it smooths it out. Not so much like, you know, so...
Yeah, because the other thing we don't know is the crispy wafer. Typically, the cookies and the wafer type flavorings also increase with time, like a dairy does.
Yeah.
So it can hold its own. And even at 0.05 or 0.5%, that honey roasted peanut stands up in that recipe.
Really, just bomb straight out.
Just to give you that idea, this is a peanut.
God,
But when
yeah.
you eat a Nutter Butter, I mean, the chocolates is important, if not more important than the crispy wafer and the filling that goes inside it.
Yeah, so you have to wait and see, sir.
Thank you.
Wait and see.
Thank you for that
It's a
awesome
good-
flavor. That might become one of my new all-day vapes.
Yeah, man. Thumbs up.
Wow.
God, I love that stuff. That's quite nice, that. I'm making some more of that.
Damn, boy.
Right, so you've got to look at Mallory's recipe. It's four ingredients.
to.
Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Got some coolant
Stop
in
trying
mine.
to get me
She's
to
got a bit of
upgrade.
coolant.
I didn't upgrade the last time you asked me. Why are you going to keep asking me?
Got a bit of coolant on the gun, like a bit of coolant. Had a quick look. A bit of coolant in it. Ooh. Thanks, Brian, for dropping by. You take care, sir. He's got to go. Good old Brian, he's off. Very productive.
Dumbass, you got the wrong tape in there.
The beauty of it is, though, will you wait that 7 days? That's the question. Will you have a little cheeky little taste and go, ooh?
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing. Now, after a couple of days, you might go, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. That's what I used to do. I could never wait.
I have no problem waiting.
I could never do it. Never do. I would think, okay, I would do it. A couple of days I'd gone, have a smell of it, and I'd have a knuckle test, and then I'd gone. I'd just put a couple of little drops on a dripper. I'd go, oh, it's ready, and then that'd be it. It'd be gone. I just didn't wait. Like a 7-day steep time for me lasted about 2 days. Boom, gone. Labeled up and ready to go. That looks really good. I'd be interested in that one with all the creams in. Definitely. Right up my street, that.
All right, what was the other one that we made? Mango Sunrise. I'm going to make a label for that too while I got it here. So it doesn't get lost.
Get your labels done, sir.
And then we'll make Mallory's. Because I've got one on the desk that is not labeled.
Ah. What an unlabeled bottle. Mm. Ooh. Do you know what that one is on the desk then? I have no idea. Boom, job done. Pardon me.
Fantastic. All right.
Job's a good one, sir. Job is a good one. Absolutely awesome. We love it when we get a good flavour. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
I can eat peach for hours. Peach tea.
Yes. That's 4 ingredients, mate. Maybe double for
You're
you right
missing ingredients. Flavor West peach and Coolada.
No.
Flavor West Coolada. I do have Coolada here. I do have other peach flavors here. What would I say is the best peach to replace that? I could do a white peach, but I wouldn't be able to do it at the same percentage.
What about the coolant?
The Coolada I can substitute out. I don't need Flavor West Coolada. I have another brand's Coolada here.
Yeah.
They're all about the same. From what I've seen so far. Girl's got a lot of VSO flavors. Apple raw, blood orange, lime, mango, pineapple, sherbet, real concentrate.
That's a recipe and a half, isn't it?
Runaway unicorn period.
Rainbow sherbet punch. Damn.
Mallory. Testicular torsion.
I beg your pardon? What the hell? What? What? Is that a flavour that's going to grab you by the balls, is it?
Maybe so.
Holy shit. That's a bit harsh, Mallory. Stretching the man's meal parts. Wow.
All right. We've got some wonderful recipes there, but I think we're going to have to let it tell us what to mix up. So let me jump to the stash, and we'll have Sherlock Holmes give us a list of what we can actually make based on the flavorings I already have in there.
Yes. Sorry, Mallory, you've kind of got flavors he hasn't got, unfortunately.
A bunch of those are VSO flavors. I got a bunch of VSO flavors, but I mean, that was my first order from them.
You'll end up making them spend money and place orders, so you know what I mean. As always. Come on, Sherlock. What you got for the dear? Give
No,
us
but that
something.
mango sunrise is delicious.
You're liking that, yeah? Right.
All right.
What we got?
Simple sugar cookie, creamy slight berry, aloha fruit punch.
Oh. Aloha. Whoa. Cooling.
0.5% of 30% cooling agent WS23. That's going to be too much cooling for my tastes.
Way too much.
Ginger beer, golden pineapple, juicy lemon, polar blast. So you got 2 cooling agents in there.
Shit.
Super sweet guava and Thai pineapple.
Oh.
No.
Too much.
Too much cooling.
Too much coolant in that one. No, that'd be like just sucking on the big ice cube. Oh.
Here we go.
Sweet
A banana
old
trinity.
banana. Soft banana. What's that? Banana cream?
We have banana from Flavora. We have banana cream from TPA. And we have soft banana from Mullenberry. And no sweetener.
That's a lot of banana.
Neil Pitts is like Bob
That's
likes
a lot
cooling.
of banana. Yeah. That's a lot of banana.
That's only 1% cooling, Mallory said.
Even so.
All right, we'll try. I'm not above trying anything. I've vape musk on the show. 1% cooling certainly isn't going to faze me.
Well, as much as you love musk.
I may not like it, but it's not going to faze me.
You love the musk. Absolutely love the musk.
I can't believe I didn't send you some.
I didn't want it, that's why. You can keep that one, mate. You can donate that to some poor soul.
Listen, if I go to Goodwill and buy an atomizer bottle and dump it in there, that'd be a perfect regift present. I could give that away on Easter. Because Hungarians have an Easter tradition where they go around, the boys go around with ladies' perfume and they spray, a girl with a perfume and they say a little poem to them. It's supposed to be the spring courting, getting started off, right? So
Yeah,
they start
the
kids
stag.
young doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, the stag. The stag. Spiking his aroma around. Holy shit.
All right, so, I'm obviously not going to be making 30 mils of this. I'm just going to make a little 10 mil bottle. So we'll adapt this.
You know what it is? Actually, you can send the musk and I'll take a little bottle on the train. I'll just start squirting people with it so they stink. see if a reindeer tries to hump them.
I do think this is going to need some kind of sweetener.
Use it for hunting, I suppose, couldn't you? If you hunt deer, spray a bit of musk about it, might attract a bit of deer and just bang, have some of you. Don't know, dear. I'm a bit hitty-missy on this one with the coolant. I just 1%.
Got a lot of juices going on here. The ginger beer is going to be pretty potent, even at 0.5%. But we'll do this, and we're going to mix it up with extra sweet today, so we get to, try that again.
Boom! There you go. You're talking drops while I'm mixing that.
So let's start with our Polar Blast and our WS-20.
Oh no! What's that? 0.5% and where were Polar Blast? 0.5. Yeah, that's 1%. Like, Ooh. Yeah.
Are you tired, matey?
Just, do you know what it is? Out of laziness. It's not like I've been busy. You know, like when you used to go to work and all that, and you get up and blah, blah, blah. But when you get up and you do fuck all, you're just like, ugh. You know what I mean? It's like that.
Ginger beer. Golden
I bought
pineapple.
me wife's new
lemon.
I bought my wife's new brake pads today for our car, so I'm going to do our brake pads tomorrow. Front brake pads on the cars tomorrow. That's where I'm at. Getting damn
right, golden
dirty
pineapple,
again,
juicy lemon, sweet guava.
Blast you've got your sweet guava, your Thai pineapple, SSA. A mint for cooling. There's a thought, Neil. Food for thought.
Wasn't in the right order. The Thai pineapple. All right, but we got everything we need.
Boom. Boom, jobs are fucking good. Interesting.
Secret sauce.
Neil said he would sub a mint for them cooling flavors. Food for thought, a mint.
%30 WS23 from Bull City. 0.05.
Ooh. Ouch. Damn.
All right. Extra sweet.
Ooh. Remember your secret sauce, sir.
I started with that.
Good man.
That is so freaking close to super sweet. And in actuality, that chemicaliness is missing on the back end in extra sweet.
Ooh.
But the sweetness wears off faster than it does in the other one. Interesting. 0.1.
Boom, boom, boom.
Ginger beer. Holy cow, is that strong?
Is it?
That's exactly what she smells like, too. Like you poured a bottle of ginger beer.
I like ginger beer. I don't know if I've got any qualms with ginger beer.
That is punchy as all hell. 0.05. 2 drops good enough. Okay, golden pineapple from Capella.
Damn.
Does not smell like a can of pineapples.
What, in the syrup?
No, it smells like an empty can. Like you bought a can of pineapples and you poured it out into a bowl and then you smelled the can itself.
Really?
That's what this smells like.
Oh. It's odd.
It's got that like tinny background on the smell.
Smell tin. Smell tin. Shit. Interesting. Interesting. Like you see it. Wow. Weird. Smell the tin.
Yeah, like you got the essence of the pineapple. It's missing like that floral characteristics to pineapple.
Yeah.
A fresh one that you just cut open.
I know what you mean. I get what you mean.
Capella's Juicy Lemon. Ah, the good lemon pledge smell.
Oh, the polish.
But it's brighter, crisper, more citrusy characteristic than just plain lemon pledge. None of that oiliness. Despite the fact that lemon zest is a very potent oil.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what it smells like. If you were just to take a lemon and shave off a little of the zest.
That's if it's like
that's
polish,
more
you know, it's
accurate than lemon pledge.
See if it's pledge, you could have just give your desk a quick wipe down with it as well while you were doing.
It could probably use it.
It smell nice. Maybe a bit greasy, but smell nice.
Listen, when I placed that order from VSO, opened those boxes up, and one of them had seeped out a little bit. My office smelled like a freaking pumpkin pie for like 4 days.
4 days. I suppose it's a nice aroma, I suppose, to walk into.
Then we have Polar Blast. This one's a lot less icy in your mouth and more like that breath mint cooling sensation in your oropharynx.
Mm. Mm. Lovely jubbly, sir. Lovely jubbly.
Sweet guava.
Guava.
Use this plenty of times. Anyway, this is sweet mango, not sweet guava.
That's sweet mango, mate.
That would
That's
have been
sweet
bad.
guava. That would have been very bad. That was a good spot, that. That was a very good spot there, mate.
Sweet guava.
There you go. That was a
0.21.
very good spot there.
I've used them both before.
There you go.
Thai pineapple.
What the hell is a Thai pineapple?
Well, it doesn't smell like a pineapple. It smells like the rind of a pineapple. But it also has some earthy characteristic to it.
It's not that fruit that's called a pineapple, but it doesn't look like a pineapple. It looks more like a friggin' mango or something. You chop it up and it looks... Oh, what's it called again? I've seen... What the hell did I say that before? They call it a pineapple, but it's not a pineapple. Oh, gone. I had it in my head. It was part of the pineapple family, but didn't look like what we would know as a pineapple. It looked more like an aubergine, to be honest with you. It looks something like that, but green.
You have to Google it.
Can't think of what the hell it was again. That's pissing us off now.
Aloha fruit punch. You know what? It don't smell that far off from my Hunky's Hawaiian Punch. This one doesn't smell as juicy as mine does. It does give more of an authentic... That pineapple in there is really making it sell. But this is more like earthy and juice. Like if you were to make it as a cocktail in your backyard for a summer party using juice. And not, you know, a bottled Hawaiian Punch. We'll see what that ginger beer does in here. That's got me curious.
What the fuck was it again? Could have confused it with something like it could be. I think I was thinking of something else. The pineapple family. Because watermelon, papaya, and avocado are part of the pineapple family, believe it or not. I can't think of what that fucking thing was called. It had a weird name. The pineapple.
Did you happen to look up Thai pineapple? THAI?
Thai pineapple. Never look at that. I wonder if that could be the one, you know. That could be it. That could be the one. It's more of a recipe than anything else. You get Thai pineapple fried rice, Thai pineapple salad, Thai pineapple fried rice. I think it's more of a recipe. Hang on now. Let's have a look. It's pretty much normal pineapple, just grown obviously in Thailand, but they have like fried rice, have it salad, fried rice recipes. Have a look. Images. Yeah, it's just it looks the same as your traditional pineapple. Probably a tad smaller.
But I love how they're using it to like toast curries.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
rice
the hollow it out. The hollow it out, hollow the fruit out, obviously put the fruit in the recipe and then fill the shell of the fruit back up with it. It looks really nice, like, doesn't it?
But you're right, it is just a different strain of pineapple.
Smaller.
It's a lot smaller.
Yeah, it just looks like a smaller pineapple, doesn't it? Which is it? It could be nice, more concentrated in flavour. Would have been a little one, you never know. You never know.
I'm really excited to give this thing a try.
I think I said that 1% cooling, it mightn't be too bad. Might not be too bad. Why are you flickering? There we go. Back normal. Could be a nice shaking vape, like. No doubt. Oh god, that pineapple looks really good. Looks really good.
That's 2 fails.
Fails. What we're feeling on?
Used drippers on my desk from previous flavor testing that didn't make it to a cleaning cycle.
Oh, right.
So when I looked at my desk, I'm like, oh, the pile over here is supposed to be ready to go for our flavor testing. And then off to the side, I put the ones that are less desirable for flavor testing. Not that there's anything wrong with them in particular, but like the flavor isn't as good as it is on the drop or the Bushido. But that's okay. I do have other ones ready that are clean.
What about your? I can say, what about your Rabbit J edition? That was all right, wasn't it? Oh, you got that used? Yeah, using that. I thought you would be.
Still finishing off the
Yeah, I thought you would still be using
recipe
that.
I worked on. So here we go. I don't even know what. What is this one? The Centaurus.
Oh, that's not too bad, man. Most RDAs are pretty good, you know, for flavor testing, man. They're all pretty much the same design. They've never changed that much, have they, apart from the airflow. Is that 1% coolant too much?
No.
No.
But it's not being vaporized yet. That's just simply a knuckle test. So I have to judge the tingliness on my tongue and like imagine what that's going to be like if it's on my whole mouth surface.
Yeah.
This might be the first time I actually have a blend of Polar Blast and WS-23.
I don't think I can record doing 2 coolants in one recipe. It doesn't ring any bells. You've used them with the WS before, which I don't remember.
I've used a Polar Blast before.
Yeah.
Does this thing even have a battery in it? No.
How's your weather over there? Is your snow gone yet?
It's gone, but it'll be back tomorrow. It's supposed to snow again tomorrow.
God almighty. Gee, me. What? I think we have forecast rain.
It's windy as all hell today.
It was quite nice today late on. The sun cracked out late on, but it's been pretty much overcast. But it hasn't been like cold. Cold, you know, it's been about 11, 12 degrees, something like that.
0.34. 45 to start with.
Yep. Yeah. Boom.
All right.
Hang on a minute, I want to check something out.
Cut the airflow down in half. Yeah.
Where was it? Get rid of that. Get rid of that.
Mm-mm.
Why are they not coming up? Double check that. That's definitely the one.
Wish I had a drop ready to try this out on.
A drop. Oh.
This definitely has like a floral characteristic to it.
Floral.
And I can understand if somebody loves their ice and their cooling.
Yeah.
But personally, myself as a mixer, I've done stuff that I wanted to add cooling to later. Like the perfect example being the strawberry ice cream cone, right? It's got the crunchies on it, like a strawberry shortcake. I developed that recipe with the base flavor profile of the ice cream and the little strawberry crunchies on it. And then after I get that flavor to pop, to shine on the strawberries, to shine on the little crispy, crunchy characteristics on top of that ice cream cone, and you get that beautiful vanilla ice cream finish, then I'll add the cooling to simulate it being an ice cream. That final icing on the cake to sell it as an ice cream, a popsicle.
You're kind of right there, because like I've seen people actually mix a recipe and then add the coolant after they've left it for a while. They'll cut a couple of drops in afterwards. I've seen that done before.
Because you want the knuckle test and the flavor profile you're going for to be dead on balls accurate before you fuck with it by adding a cooling, which is a thinning agent in itself, in its addition to the recipe.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if I were to mix this up without the cooling agents, without the Polar Blast, without the WS-23, what would I actually have? What is that flavor profile?
It's food for thought, definitely. Like mix just the
so
basic
we're looking
flavor,
at Capella Sweet Guava at 2%. That's a pretty weak amount of guava. But if you're trying to balance that with ginger beer and lemon, I get why you want to go with the lower percentage. Capella's Golden Pineapple is also pretty weak at just 2%. In my experience, that you got to push that at like 5% minimum when it's in there with a bunch of other Capellas. 8% if you want to recognize it in your recipe. I'm going to let this sit a while. We'll revisit it. And I think I'm going to try and improve this next week.
It might be a bit of a steep time, like you said. But then again, maybe mix the base.
In it.
Like you say, why don't you mix the base without the coolant in and see what you're getting flavor-wise before you actually add your
See what the knuckle test tastes like.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to use the recalculate the percentages formula inside ELR to bump that up. Bump that flavor percentage up 60% from where it sits now.
Boom.
Obviously, the extra sweet would be too much at 6%, or 60% increase is going to be 1.6. I don't think it needs to go that high. It wouldn't hurt it. The ginger beer would be bumped up more. I'm surprised. I'm not even getting that in the vape.
Really? It's a bit,
like the
it's a bit
inhale
muddly.
is all cooling.
Yeah.
So you're breathing in a cool, fresh blast of air. Like if you had the window open in the winter and you stuck your head out and went,
Yeah.
that's what it feels
Yeah.
like when you vape this in. As you exhale, there's really no forefront flavor profile that stands prominent. When you get done exhaling, you get like this sensation on your tongue, like there's flavoring there, but nothing that I can specifically recognize as any
sounds
of the
like the
individual
cooling.
ingredients or as a finished fruit punch.
It sounds like the coolant's just fucking wiping everything out.
Yeah, but I'm even questioning whether there's enough of the Capella flavorings in there. 1.5% juicy lemon. Okay, lemon can be funky to play with, depending on what you're mixing it with. The sweet guava, 2% is weak. The weakest I've ever made it in a recipe with a bunch of other things is like 3.5. My
That's what I
pineapple
mean.
orange
Like I
guava
said,
was at like 8%.
You might need to bump them flavors up because obviously the coolant to me, it sounds like the coolant's just overpowering everything at the minute.
Yeah.
You're not getting the flavors because they're that low of a percentage.
I'm really interested and curious about the actual flavors that are in this and the flavor profile
Yeah.
itself. That's very unique to me, especially the addition of ginger beer with pineapple and guava and lemon. So I'm really curious, what would this taste like if you crank up the percentage of the flavoring?
It looks a little bit of a weird one. I mean,
It could
I
be
get the fruit
inspiring. If
punch.
this ginger beer really adds to a pineapple lemon guava combination, then
yeah.
I'm all sold on it. But right now, this is just lackluster cold vape.
like you said, maybe you need to up the flavors. I mean, you got 1% coolant.
It's to the point where the cooling that's in here actually eliminates the throat hit I'm getting from my old Nick.
Like
It's
you
masking
see
that
your
whole
flavor.
thing.
All your flavor percentages are pretty low. I mean, the only high one in the whole recipe is the guava at 0.2. Everything's pretty low. Ginger beer, 0.5.
I pushed Capella's Golden
12%.
Pineapple at 12% before in a recipe with other stuff, so that it could compete with some of the other wonder flavors.
I mean, the do look a little on the low side. 2%. Your highest flavor value.
9% total flavoring, including 1% cooling. So that's 8% flavoring.
Ouch, that's too low.
I would never do that for Capella flavors. So
Nah.
we'll play with it a little bit more next week, but it's still a very interesting, unique experience and one worthy of, exploring when you do random recipes. You always learn something.
I think if you bump the flavors up, it might be a candy recipe because you like your fruit punches anyway.
Yeah, I like the idea of a fruit punch. It doesn't need to be, Tropicana's Hawaiian punch. It could be, a genuine fruit punch you mix up for a party in your backyard in the summer using fruit juices. It does not taste like this, though.
I mean, what's a UK fruit punch would probably be using all the UK berries, raspberries, blackberries, strawberries, that kind of shit. Maybe it's a bit of orange in to give it a bit of zest. Or like you say, lemon or lime. Give it a bit of citrusy flavour. That'd be a cool one. A UK summer fruits. There you go.
Here's the real test. Let's take a look at that mango sunrise.
Haha.
With that cooling sensation still in my mouth, this is a beautiful, bright mango sunrise.
Got ya.
And the pineapple in here is accentuated by the Thai pineapple in the other recipe. Golden pineapple.
Well, your percentages will be much higher on that, though.
Very much so. But,
yeah,
I mean, like I said, that's why we do random recipes on here, to learn. And if I give you just a little tiny bit of advice, you know, or an experience that you haven't personally had yourself, after you do the same thing I do, a couple times you'll go, hey, listen, I got the same taste buds you do. When you taste something, I've learned something even though I'd never mixed it. So I saved myself a couple bucks by not mixing this shit. And I learned the same thing you would have learned, or I would have learned had I have mixed it myself. That's why we do these things every week.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But it's nice to, like, with some of, like you say, with some of the recipes you find that you mix, they're okay, but you're already thinking how you can improve it as well, so you can come up with a better result. Not knocking the original guy who's come up with it. I mean, you know, we're not here to do that. We're just here to try and maybe improve if we can to our own personal taste. You know what I mean? We're not knocking. Don't get we are not knocking anybody's recipes. Now, kudos to anybody that posts a recipe. You know, that they've sat and figured it out and worked out and tried. They've spent time making these recipes, so we're not knocking them.
I refreshed the browser sources because the combined chat disappeared.
Jesus, you frightened the life out of us there.
Sorry, mate.
I went, oh. Well, yeah, like I said, we're not knocking the original recipes, you know, we're just learning from them. You know, we can improve them, fair enough, you know. Fucking hell, you bugger, you frightened the life out of us there. What, not now? I was just looked at everything, panic. Don't do that. Don't do that to us.
Listen, the combined chat is foobarred in my main OBS, but I still have it in my secondary table OBS, so I can pop up Robert Lawyer's message.
Yeah, apparently they're getting a bit of weather where they are. Windy. Neil Pitts had a tornado.
The doors are rattling.
By him.
It's been like that all morning here. It's finally settled down just a little bit.
Poor Neil's had a tornado gone by him. Holy moly.
Yeah, we'll have to check that out. Lake City Tornado on YouTube.
Shit. Oh, my wife probably now with that because she loves that stuff. That's one of our bucket lists. She wants to go storm chasing. It's on our bucket list.
Same here, mate.
Really?
That'd be awesome.
You're fucking mad. Get to feck. I mean, don't want to be going anywhere near that shit. Jesus.
Yep.
Nope. Hell no. If it turns and starts chasing you, for the hell with that. Nope.
She can come and join us. My wife and I'll take her.
I bet
you can stay home with the dogs.
That'll do me lovely. I'll curl up in the bed with them. No problem.
I'll give you a case of Yingling to keep you entertained while we're away.
That would do me lovely. I'll curl up on the couch, front the TV with the dogs and the case of Yingling. Happy days.
Perfect. I love it. 1923, awesome series. It was actually part of a mini series where they've actually done 3 shows from it about a ranch out west in Montana. 1923. It's an Amazon production. Fantastic show. Old classic
1923.
Wild West story. And it's not like Gunslinger Wild West. It was a family moving out west and taming the land, creating a ranch, and then having to fight everybody that wanted to take your ranch from you.
Funny you should mention that. We've just had a Western weekend, and I actually sat and watched a bit of Rooster, John Wayne.
Oh yeah, Rooster
what
Cogburn.
A classic!
With
What
Catherine
a classic
Hepburn.
that is. Yeah, what a brilliant film that is. They don't make them like that anymore, do they? Rooster. The eye patch, and he had the eye patch, didn't he? It was class, that. What was the other one? It was Old something. What did they call him? He His first name was Auld. A-U-L-D. What was he called? Famous cowboy? Oh. His name's gone. I'm going to have to find him.
1923 TV series.
Ah, right.
Harrison Ford is Jacob Dutton, the patriarch of the Dutton family. Kara's husband, an older brother to James Dutton, who played Tim McGraw in another awesome series, 1883.
I think I've seen trailers for that on Amazon.
Have you seen 1883 yet? Steve Yeager, hello and welcome. Oh, I'm telling you, dude, if you haven't watched this, you need to watch this. I'd play the trailer, but I don't want a copyright claim. But this is freaking fantastic. 1883, American Western drama miniseries created by Taylor Sheridan. Fantastic. It's a Paramount exclusive. And Tim McGraw, his wife, Faith Hill, actually plays his wife in this show, right?
Really?
And it has Sam Elliott, Isabella May, who actually narrates the whole story, and she's the child of Tim and Faith in the show. And then you've got LaMonica Garrett and Mark Russman. It's just, you basically have a bunch of settlers that want to move out west, right? And you have Sam Elliott and this black guy that take them out west, and is basically their trail guide. And they run into Indians and they run into outlaws, and they have to take, obviously, because they're moving west, they have to take cattle with them. So they're herding the cattle along with all the wagons, right? And there's a bunch of Polish settlers. Great story. Definitely worthwhile if you haven't seen it yet.
Doing it. It's early cowboy stuff, and they're moving out to find somewhere to settle, type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Amazing freaking story. And then obviously the sequel to that, you've got 1923, is the same family later on trying to fight to keep the ranch that they created in this. And there's so many, plot twists and stuff. I'm not going to give it away. If you have a chance to watch it, it's worth your time.
Definitely have a look at that, like. Trying to finish
1883 and then 1923, and there was one other series that's a part of this, but it's actually the modern version of it. Awesome.
Wait, at the minute I'm kind of into the series 2 of The Last of Us. Ben's got us like hooked into that at the minute, which is pretty cool. I like the first one of that, The Last of Us. It was pretty cool. I can't remember that guy's name now. I don't know if you ever watched that, The Last of Us.
1948 series? I don't know. I haven't heard about that one.
Oh, is that the war film with World War One? No. What was that one called? That was 1914, wasn't it?
Silverado is another great Western. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, man. 1923.
I don't know about the 1948. There's a bunch of things that happened around the globe in 1948. You had the Arab-Israeli war you had going on. You had Singapore holding their first elections. I did not realize that was going to be part of that series.
I've just been watching a series over here called Combat Dealers, and it's basically this guy. He goes around buying World War One, World War Two vehicles, buys a lot, and he bought a German Panzer tank. Right, it was the body, turret, all the body, no engine, gearbox. He paid £1.9 million for this Panzer because there's only about 5 of them left on the planet that run.
Yeah, you were saying that.
It took them 4 years to do it. And a museum in Australia bought it off him for for £15 million, and it was the only Panzer tank to this day that runs in the Southern Hemisphere. Check that one. That was amazing. That was out this world. Only Panzer tank in the Southern Hemisphere running out of one of 5 in the world that are running.
Wow.
That's unbelievable. He bought for 1.9. Okay, he spent he must have spent about another £1 million, engine, gearbox, restoration work, all that. £15 million it got sold for. Holy shit, is that a profit or not? But when he's doing it, he's showing you the history behind it. You know, like all the rare items he found. He found one warehouse that had one of Hitler's cars, old Merc, bulletproof, everything. They couldn't even put a price on it. It was that rare. Says it could be 10, 15, 20 million pounds worth of, you know, whatever it may be. But it gives you a bit of history and what, you know, like weapons and the fire. They do weapons and they make them safe, obviously, but they make them so they can fire blanks for displays and all that kind of shit, man. And some of the 50 cals and grenade launchers are, oh, yeah, Jesus Christ, you just see the damage they can do just off a blank. Really good. I was right into it. Like, I binge watched the whole series.
So Neil Pitts looked it up. It's 1944 is the series that's going to be coming after this one. But if you go and you watch 1883 first, that's the story of how they first made the journey out there across the West, right?
Yeah.
Tim McGraw and Faith Hill, married couple, and their daughter and their son, and the Sam Elliott is the host, the trailblazer and stuff, and they're going out there with a bunch of Polish immigrants, I believe, right? And obviously the Polish immigrants were not ready for what they were going to endure the whole trip out there, let alone trying to make it across the mountains.
It's the old early Wild West settlers type of thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That'd be cool. I'd like that.
So 1883, and then after you finish that one, then you need to watch 1923, because now you've got an established ranch, and Harrison Ford is the old guy that's holding on to it for dear life. Becomes, you know, like lots of John Wayne movies. You get the Baron of the land, the guy that's got the most cattle, the biggest ranch, the most hands that are working for him, the whole 9 yards. And then you get somebody that moves out there and goes, listen, I want to turn this town into a ski resort. We're right next to the national park, but we need that ranch.
That's right, because I've seen the trailer, the one at Bulldozer's Ranch, don't I, for this, whatever they're going to build. And he's kind of last stand. No, you ain't having it, mate. I've seen the trailer.
And then when you get done with 1923, and while you're waiting for 1948 to come out, then you can go watch the series that started it all called Yellowstone. That's modern day times.
Yes, I've seen the trailer for that Yellowstone.
That's the same ranch. But it's modern times.
So they kind of tie in. Got you. They kind of tie in with each other.
And it's really interesting how much of it they have crossover. Like, you know, I make joke of it. From Yellowstone, you need a ride to the train station. That doesn't mean what you think it means. It doesn't mean that somebody's going to give you a nice, kind, gentlemanly ride to the train station for you to leave town.
No.
That is...
I didn't think so.
We're going to kill you, and we're going to take you to a cliff and throw you over it. That's the train station where that ranch's problems all disappear.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Got you.
And it's funny because, you know, in the earlier series, they actually used the guy that was trying to create the whole ski ranch and resort theme for the town, actually told the one guy to take a girl that they beat to death. He's sadistic.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spoil it for you. But when she died, he told the guy, he's like, listen, this is where I want you to dump Sam Dutton so that we get his ranch. And since you need to go there and find out, and the reason why it's the train station where all your problems go away is because back in the early days, that was a county in Montana that had zero population. And if you have zero population, you don't have a county sheriff. If you don't have a county sheriff, whatever happens there, it's kind of like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happens in that county will never be investigated, and you can do whatever you want. You got a body to dump?
Lawless,
There's a cliff over there in the neighboring county. You can dump it, and nobody will ever find it.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah,
that's the train station.
Might have to look that up. Maybe I like shit like that. I don't mind a bit shit like that. Plus, my dad's a big cowboy fan as well. My dad loves cowboy movies.
And the thing is, you don't even need to be a Cowboys fan. Just the story and the plot alone, like, really gets you sunk into it, because it's the daughter that's telling the story, like she's writing it in her diary.
Got you. Sounds right up my alley. That, like, I might have checked that out, mate. Definitely.
Tim McGraw is a better actor than he is a singer without auto-tune. Let's put it that way.
Really? You kind of find that, though, didn't you? With singers turn actors or actors turn... You kind of find the better at what they're doing, what they originally do. You're a shit singer, but you're a cracking actor.
And vice versa. And you had Elvis. He wasn't really good at acting.
Oh, but what a singer. Yeah.
But king of rock and roll. All right. Anyway, we've crossed the 5-hour mark a long time ago. I think it's time for us to wrap it up for today. So I'm going to put my bulk on the Jabo mod. Turn that thing down.
Oh, God, I've got a bit of a throat. So, bit of frog in my throat there. I don't know what that was all about.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby. Never heard that same for ages. Not too shabby.
And this lovely Sensei tank that we filled up, it is such a fantastic tank that's spinning it off of my build stand.
Oh, it's leaking like a sieve. Oh, that's not good. No, bin it. Yeah, get rid.
Junk.
That ain't good. That ain't good. That
Such
is
a
not
disappointment.
good at all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape. Peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. We'll be back same time, same place next week.
Woohoo!
Cheers.
As always, boys and girls, you all, thank you for everybody in chat and for everybody that's dropped by. Thank you very much. If you do watch us on replay and on the way out of this live stream, please hit that thumbs up, like, all that good stuff. Does help the algorithm, apparently. YouTube, very tender subject for me. But as always, get yourselves over the Discord, upload your hand checks, dad jokes, anything you want to get. There's loads and loads of stuff on there you can get involved with. And as always, boys and girls, you know, we shall be back same time, same place next week. So it's goodbye from Alex.
Bye-bye.
Q. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. And it's goodbye from me. You all take care now. You all stay safe. Vape safe.
Vape
and we'll
safe.
see you all next week. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Wherever the wind blows, I'll go. I'm not chasing it. Whatever tomorrow's gonna hold, I'll find my way in. I've been spending so much time swimming up against the tide. Wherever the wind blows, I know it's better than where I've been. It's better than where I've been.